Market Center.
Boston, welcome back to HANSCOMICCON 24. My name is Seymour. Today, joined by Vaudable as we are heading away from Rocket League that we saw on Friday and into Super Smash Bros. Ultimate on this fine Saturday morning. Vaudable, how you doing?
I'm doing good, man. It's a great day for some Smash Bros. Ultimate. I've heard we've had some kind of newer, younger players participating in the event today, so it's great fun for the whole family, seeing exactly how far some of these players can make it in this bracket. I think there's somewhere around 24 players signed up, so it'll be a decent fight to see who claims the crown at the end of the day.
It's going to be a longer day than what we had yesterday. It's kind of what Vaudable is getting towards. Yesterday, we had two teams in Rocket League play a best of 9. And yeah, I don't know if you watched it, Vaudable, but it was a 5-0 sweep. So,
okay.
you know, one team kind of had the edge over the other all game long. And I'm hoping for Smash that, you know, with the, I guess, the diversity of age, the talent that we're going to be seeing, and how many, you know, maybe newer Smash players are joining in, it should lead into a very entertaining tournament for sure, that I'm sure like a lot of these players are going to be looking to make that run into the finals, because we have lots of prizes to take a look at to kind of give away to these players. Why don't you run us through it?
Yeah, a custom AFG jersey, some coins as well, patches and stickers, and potential preference for future PTDY events for AFG for first place per player, which is pretty awesome. Then you can see as it goes down a little bit, the coin, patch and sticker for second, and then the patch and sticker for a third place there. So some decent prizing for all of the top 3 winners that will be trying to prove their might throughout the bracket today. But I mean, the glory of being first place, I feel like, is the best prize out there, Seymour.
It's just kind of the prestige of winning it all, going through a bracket of 24 players and coming out on top is something that not a lot get to experience, but when you do, the rush, the adrenaline of kind of making that happen is second to none. So here you can see it's a big tournament, lots of turnout. I'm loving how many players have shown up for this Smash tournament. It should lead to some very exciting matchups. Smash being that one, you know, that there's not really, I'd say, a certain, you know, meta that we're going to be seeing in something like an Air Force gaming tournament, but a lot of these players bring their own touch, their own spice to, you know, what characters they want to bring out and how good they are at them.
I'm so curious to see who is going to claim the crown. Will it be those higher seeded players that already have buys into the next round of competition, or will somebody come up, rise through the ashes of the first round and make it all the way with the dream run that they are hoping for with this tournament? It's always great to commentate Smash Ultimate here, Seymour, because you never know what you're going to get in terms of character and skill level with these players until you get into the matches itself.
It's a big roster of characters that people can bring out, and,
so
you know, things have been kind of evolving. They've been changing, you know, what you wanted to play, of who is viable to play, you know, who's better than what. And I'm sure today we're going to be seeing probably some, I don't want to say cheese, Vaudable, but you know, you never know what we're gonna get with a lot of these characters who, you know, you'll see somebody who their whole life they spend trying to perfect a certain character, and then they're just able to bring it out and nobody is ready, nobody's practiced out against it. But yeah, we get a Pokemon battle for our first game. Christian versus Turtleface, Lucario versus Greninja.
Winner of this facing off against Ala 2014 and Hudson Hardy, whoever the winner is of that series. So you have something to look forward to. Don't have to go against the #1 seed just yet until that third round. So this is a bit of a warm-up for these two, but a Pokemon battle nonetheless with the Battlefield stage-esque that we see here. I love that that is an option in Smash Ultimate and the other Smash Bros. Games, that you can still have the same kind of format for the stages, but just different skins, so it changes up the background a little bit there.
Yeah, and you know, I'm a big fan of Greninja too. Shiny Greninja going to be used, and we're going to be able to see if the speed of Greninja can kind of outweigh the all-around ability that Lucario is going to offer. And you know, right now, very good stage control from this Lucario. Turtleface maintaining center stage, keeping the Greninja away, and we haven't really seen Christian be able to send him off, but now chance for maybe the Greninja to turn things around. Turtleface easily going to be able to recover, but not as easy as I expected.
Lucario, a character that gets stronger the more damage that they take, so that'll be something to look out for if they can survive at that high percentage. they'll be able to deal a bit more against this Greninja. Greninja, a pretty solid character, especially with the speed that they typically have and the projectiles that we're used to seeing from them. I feel like Turtleface is just waiting to try and bait out Christian there for a second in the neutral zone, but using their up B a little bit too much to escape the scenario that they're in, maybe a bit of a misinput there, and hopefully they can get back to where they were, feeling a bit more comfortable in that middle part of the stage. Ooh!
Well, first stock going to go to Turtleface as 127% on kind of death's door right now. Going to have to be very careful to not let Christian even things up right away. But hey, look at that. Both stocks gone to kick things off. Back to 0 we go.
130 about the cap that we saw there for the Lucario here. Going to take them a bit more time to really get up that fury and see if they can take down their opponent, but apparently it continues to stack up all the way to 190% for Lucario. So if they could stay alive up to that point, that'll be the max cap for the amount of damage they could do to their opponents. I don't think we'll be able to see that in this specific matchup here against Greninja Seymour, but still, this is a pretty even matchup between both these two players, it feels like.
Yeah, and I think for, Lucario, one thing that you're looking for Turtleface to do is start these combos, because once Lucario can get these combos going, Greninja is just going to struggle at utilizing their agility to kind of move around the stage freely. But Christian's been doing a good job at keeping that distance and kind of striking when needed, and that's been keeping Turtleface a little bit humble, not allowing to kind of get things going just yet. Lovely dash attack to just avoid the grab. You see Turtleface really looking to kind of control that center stage with the grabs, grab this Greninja, and then try to throw them off. But instead, big turnaround here for Christian, looking to knock Turtleface off the stage, but back into the center we go, both just trying to hit something, and finally Christian's going to land it. The smash attack deals the finishing blow, and that is going to be the second stock on for Turtleface.
Smash attack, huge win there too. Lucario seems to be lagging behind a little bit as far as pacing goes between these two players for Turtleface, so they need to get their wits about them as best as they can as they try to build up that aura, do some more damage. But up to that point, I mean, this Greninja with Christian are performing to their utmost capabilities that we're hoping for. I mean, they're keeping their presence known in the neutral zone, sending them flying as often as they can. They're not using, button mashing moves too often. A lot of it just comes down to precision and timing their moves correctly against this Turtleface Lucario.
And here we go. Greninja 130 should be where Turtleface can easily take the second stock. It's just landing that blow. That's going to be a difficult part. Dash over.
Oh, no.
And that's going to be game. Turtleface losing out on game number 1. Christian, the turnaround from losing first stock, equalizes and then takes control. Vaudable. Big showcase there from Christian to open up the day.
Unfortunate for Turtleface, though, falling to their doom there at the last second when they were trying to get back on the stage. I mean, the recovery for Lucario, you have to be careful with that too, or else you can lose control easily like we saw there. So really just need to hone in for this second game of this best of 3 and try to tie things up for the Lucario. I feel like a big thing too, a bit of a slight disadvantage against this Greninja because of the speed and pace that we were seeing for Christian. The Lucario from Turtleface really wasn't able to turn things around as much as they would want. So we'll see going on to another Battlefield S stage, what they can do to really change their fate and try to take down this Greninja. And I feel like the biggest thing would be getting that first stock early on before they take too much percentage.
Everybody's got to be a fan of the Lucario. Very OG Pokemon, very OG character when it comes down to Smash. But Greninja's sneaky, and you got to be careful not to give him anything. Do we see a homie stock? That was Turtleface just missing out on the stage. Christian, no, not going to give anything away for free, but very unfortunate start here to Turtleface for game number 2.
That's happened to me so many times. I'm not the greatest Smash Ultimate player, but I try my best not to go off the stage. Find my own mistakes. And sometimes when you're focused so much on what your opponent is doing, you're not focusing too much on exactly how things are going your way or not your way with your positioning, and really just staying grounded is a big thing for players as they are moving up in the ranks of Smash Ultimate and trying to improve their performances. You could see Turtleface taking their time a little bit on the stage, not pursuing as much as they could against this Greninja because they know the speed that they have there, doing their best to try and shield, but if something's not working, you got to change something up here, Turtleface, if you want to take down Christian and their Greninja.
Turtleface just constantly going for the grab. Jabs just missing out on the other side. Not really good directional input in there, but will turn around. Turtleface is going to be looking. Uh-oh, low battery. That is something that one of these players is going to have to figure out, as it is going to be Turtleface knocking Christian off the board, but right away, Christian firing back. It's Turtleface down to the last stock, potentially, of this first series of the day, Vaudable. Turtleface going to have to really show up center stage, see if he can catch this Greninja not ready for something.
Well, hopefully they'll have enough battery left to finish out this game and this set, potentially. For Christian specifically, they have the upper hand in the series. They have the upper hand in this game. Really, they just need to try their best to send this Lucario off the stage. They've already seen that their recovery has been iffy at best. So if they can get them off the stage, that'll be their best bet to really take them out of contention for this best of 3. But now they got to be careful with the charge up here. See if there'll be some good damage done if it's used at the right time. Otherwise, it'll just go away without them having to worry. And you tell that Turtleface really just staying towards the bottom of the stage, not going on any of the platforms. They aren't feeling as comfortable in the air as their opponent is, but they do get back onto it, charge up again, and you know Christian's not going to fall for that bait as easily.
Yeah, hoping that, Lucario, one of the most able comeback characters in Smash, can make this happen through their aura, but Christian not really giving anything away. Turtleface running, jumping from side to side. Christian cannot catch him. You can't finish the game. You can't hit me, says Turtleface, but finally, you see Christian's going to be able to catch up. The jabs, the combo. Able to recover for Turtleface, but the smash there, it's going to paint a picture of Greninja. Take that second stock away from Christian. And now Turtleface looking to put it away, but turn around here. This directional input. That's going to be all she wrote. Turtleface not going to win this best of 3. It's a 2-0 for Christian. Greninja prevails.
Unfortunate there for Turtleface. They gave it their all. They could have potentially turned things around because they had that aura behind them when they were at such a high percent with that last stock. But again, it seemed to be a difference in skill as far as positioning is concerned between these two players. And that's just something to work on aside from just the basic inputs you have for your character. So for Lucario and Turtleface going forward, I would definitely say work on that speed of transition and pacing against your opponent so that you can really take advantage of where you find yourself positionally on the stage and get more comfortable in the air and on those platforms. Definitely felt a lot more grounded than what we saw from before.
You gotta have some respect for the Pokemon matchup, Vaudable, for sure. You and I, we were just talking about Pokemon before we went live. And we get the Greninja Lucario. It's exciting, but Lucario is one of those high-risk, high-reward Pokemon when it comes to Super Smash Bros. Ultimate that you really have to be careful when, Greninja is so sharp, so quick, and agile to catch it. Just, at some point, you have to look at that matchup and give the edge to the Greninja just in the pick. So, Christian shows up in game number 1 of our tournament, and that's a big turnaround. It's a single elimination bracket, so unfortunately, Turtleface, we are going to be saying goodbye to you a little bit earlier than expected, but Christian moves on. And the games only get more difficult the deeper you said we go for this bracket, especially for Christian, considering that, on the side of the bracket of that number 1 seed. So for Christian, gonna have to see if this Greninja can kind of keep pace over the rest of this tournament, but we get to look back at the highlights from this series and see that Pokemon battle once again.
Yeah, I think the big thing, too, for Christian looking forward is maybe not relying so much on those smash attacks. And I like the pacing that we did see from them utilizing the speed of the Greninja, but we didn't see many projectile uses from them. And I feel like that's going to be a big difference maker to potentially just get some early percentage against those other opponents that are out there on these stages. See if they can do some early damage against them and then rack things up until they could potentially get a smash attack or go for a grab and a throw after that. So we'll see once we get into the next game what the matchup is going to be this time. We'll see if Christian can produce that sort of similar results that we saw in this first series into future matchups as the bracket goes along, but we'll keep our eye on that as well, because again, as I mentioned, they'll be facing off against the winner of Ala 2014 or Hudson Hardy, whoever that is going to be coming out on top. And Still, so many players in this bracket, so many different matchups that can happen. We have our eye on Christian the Greninja.
Yeah.
That's the first story for now, Seymour. I'm curious on who's going to join them as potential contenders to make it the distance through this bracket.
So many possibilities, so much potential. We just don't know what's going to go on with these players. Literally, they show up here at HANSCOMICCON and they pick or they sign up. So these are actually players that we have no info on whatsoever. So it's going to be fun to kind of pick things apart. But Meta Knight versus King K. Rool in our second series.
Okay. I like
this. This is going to be a tough one for Meta Knight.
That it is. And this is Ashkwald versus Channing. Best of 3. And as you mentioned, the Meta Knight trying their best to really stay on the stage as much as they can, but is a tough opponent to face off against in King K. Rool. It's funny that, you know, Meta Knight in the previous version of Smash Ultimate, or not Smash Ultimate, but Smash Bros. And Brawl used to be one of the most busted characters out there that was banned for multiple reasons, and King K. Rool in early stages of Smash Ultimate, one of the better characters due to just their utility, their invincibility that they can have as well, and just their insane recovery options that they have. So is Meta Knight seeming like maybe a newer player, but also trying to get used to their controls a little bit and running out of their jump at the end there, so they can't really get back onto the stage, and this might just be a simple sweep for Channing.
Yeah, it's a heavyweight versus lightweight matchup as we see series or game number 1 of the best of 3 going the way of Channing. Meta Knight, very difficult to, I guess, match up against a player like King K. Rool because of how heavy and how light Meta Knight is.
Yeah.
In particular. So I think I'm on the same page as you. Is that, you know, it's not as, I'd say, simple as saying it is just you know, maybe this Meta Knight just isn't the pick, but when it comes down to seeing your counter there, it doesn't seem like the matchup is going to be favoring the Meta Knight. So I'm wondering if we're going to be seeing a change heading to game number 2 after recognizing the King K. Rool pick. You know, maybe you head into this matchup not knowing what your opponent is going to grab. You pick the Meta Knight, you're already locked in, and then bam, King K. Rool counter pick. You got nothing to do here. I would like to see the swap heading into game number 2 vaultable. Lots of different, I guess, characters that can kind of match up against this King K. Rool. As we know that King K. Rool is not totally invincible, but it is very difficult to match up against it for many reasons.
I mean, I feel like anyone who can do some good damage against them just before you try to get them off the stage would be huge against King K. Rool. Also, having more speed does help a little bit, just so you can play more floaty against them as well. But it's curious. I feel like they're probably still going to go with the Meta Knight specifically. The biggest thing is they just need to realize that use your jumps. You have so many jumps with Meta Knight, rather than your up B to try and get back onto the stage and do some damage that way, because that was the pitfall that they were finding themselves in. So now doing a bit more percentage against them, seeing if they can get back into the swing of things. Maybe just had some misinputs on their controller and now back into it and feeling a lot more confident in this game, at least compared to the last one.
You get those early day jitters out if you're Meta Knight, and now looking for the comeback story here as you're just seeing slowly but surely Channing rack up the percentage of this Meta Knight. Not able to land the smash attack right away, but here we go. Combo knocks him off. This is where we saw Oxalad struggle at holding on to that stage. Once that percentage goes up, you can see that King K. Rool just commanding it. First stock on.
Does so much damage. I mean, using their up B as well to try and get them off the platform and make it so that they can't really do much to zone things out as best as they would hope to. The Meta Knight, unfortunately, not able to recover that time, and King K. Rool ruling the battlefield stage here and doing everything that they can to take down their opponent and get in their heads a little bit, whereas Meta Knight doing their best to do some good damage there, and there we go.
Finally
with their move, and they're just going to keep using that. I mean, hey, if it ain't broke, you don't need to fix it.
Yeah. I mean, you're getting some percentage finally, some damage here from the Meta Knight, but what are you going to do against it if you're Channing? Because right now it just seems like Channing is a little bit stunned in the fact that Oxalot finally putting some damage on the board, but immediately going to turn back around and get back up here. Up B. Propeller. Not going to land right away. Lovely dodge here from Oxalot. Again, just struggling to take a stock off of Channing, but this could be it. King K roll up to 100%, and now you're looking for this Meta Knight to find this finishing blow onto it. The gut check is going to send against Meta Knight. Back in towards the air, on the edge, back up recovers.
Keep your hands and heels on.
I'm liking the percentage that they were able to get against their opponent, but unfortunately it was too little too late. They will be taken down with the boxing glove straight to the face, and Meta Knight sent away and out of the bracket. This only being single elimination, a bit more cutthroat than some players might be used to. So Oxalot taking that victory there will move forward into that next round against the winner of Emma Guzman 24 and Game King.
Yeah.
And still on the same side of the bracket as Christian and the #1 seed. So potentially have a face-off later on there. And hopefully we'll be able to see a little bit more of that King K rule and what they can do. But also good effort to their opponent in Channing, trying their best throughout that. They improved from game 1 into game 2, were able to stay on the stage and do their best to duke it out with their opponent.
They totally did. And I think, you know, when looking back at this matchup, you and I said it right away. We didn't expect much from the Meta Knight. You started to see Oxalot towards the end starting to land some moves, starting to land some hits, but it just wasn't enough. Channing gets such a big lead, and the comeback potential just wasn't there for Oxalot to make it happen. So we're going to be saying goodbye to that second matchup and saying hello to match number 3 after this break. So we'll see you soon with some more Smash here on AFG.
Comfortable in that middle part of the stage. Ooh.
Well, first stock going to go to as 127% on kind of death's door right now. Going to have to be very careful. Do not let Christian even things up right away. Back into the center we go. Both just trying to hit something. And finally, Christian's going to land it. The smash attack. It's just landing that blow. That's going to be a difficult part. Dash over.
Oh, no.
And that's going to be game. Character when it comes down to Smash. But Greninja's sneaky. And you got to be careful not to give him anything. Do we see a homie stock? Turtleface is going to be looking. Uh-oh, low battery. That is something that one of these players is going to have to figure out, as it is going to be Turtleface knocking Christian off the board, but right away, Christian firing back. Face looking to put it away, but turn around here. This directional input for Meta Knight.
That it is, and this is Ashkwald versus Channing. Best of 3, and as you mentioned, the Meta Knight, or not Smash Ultimate, but the Smash Bros. In Brawl used to be one of the most busted characters out there that is banned for multiple recovery options that they have. So Meta Knight seeming like maybe a newer player, but also trying to
struggle at holding on to that stage. Once that percentage goes up, you can see that King K rule just commanding it on the edge. Back up recovers.
I'm liking the percentage that they were able to get against their opponent, but unfortunately it was a bit more comfortable in that middle part of the stage. Ooh.
Well, first stock going to go to as 127% on kind of death's door right now. Going to have to be very careful. Do not let Christian even things up right away. Back into the center we go. Both just trying to hit something, and finally Christian's going to land it. The smash attack. It's just landing that blow. That's going to be a difficult part. Dash over.
Oh, no.
And that's going to be game. Character when it comes down to Smash, but Greninja's sneaky. And you got to be careful not to give him anything. Do we see a homie stock? Turtleface is going to be looking. Uh-oh, low battery. That is something that one of these players is going to have to figure out, as it is going to be Turtleface knocking Christian off the board, but right away, Christian firing back. Face looking to put it away, but turn around here. This directional input for Meta Knight.
That it is, and this is Ashkwald versus Channing. Best of 3, and as you mentioned, the Meta Knight, or not Smash Ultimate, but the Smash Bros. In Brawl used to be one of the most busted characters out there that is banned for multiple recovery options that they have. So Meta Knight seeming like maybe a newer player, but also trying to
struggle at holding on to that stage. Once that percentage goes up, you can see that King K rule just commanding it on the edge. Back up recovers.
I'm liking the percentage that they were able to get against their opponent, but unfortunately it was a bit more comfortable in that middle part of the stage. Ooh.
Well, first stock going to go to as 127% on kind of death's door right now. Going to have to be very careful. Do not let Christian even things up right away. Back into the center we go. Both Welcome back to HANSCOMICCON 24. My name is Seymour. With me, Vaudable. We're through 2 matches in the bracket, and we're heading in towards our 3rd one. Vaudable, it's been interesting to say the least of the matches that we've had so far. Lucario versus Greninja, Meta Knight versus King K. Rool. I think you and I kind of hit the nail on the head at the start of this one. These players are just going to be looking for the comfort picks, looking to play what they are best at. And so far, we've seen kind of these players, when they are strong and sharp with their characters, they kind of take the head in the series.
Yeah, we have Yasuke versus Owen P, the Black Samurai versus Owen here that we have facing off against each other. I mean, there's been so many great stories about that samurai in the past and how they've just been so big amongst like the samurai out there and trying to take down everyone out there that they don't feel is right and just. So maybe that's what we're going to see here from that specific player as they try to take down the competition throughout this bracket. But nonetheless, they are having to reset. Might have a Pokemon trainer versus a Roy with this matchup once we get back into it. So we'll see exactly if that is the matchup we have between these players. But I'm excited for this one too, because Pokemon Trainer has so much versatility depending on, you usually start with the Squirtle, get some early percentage there, and then Ivysaur seems to be kind of like a mainstay just for staying on the stage. Then you really just go with the Charizard if you need some better recovery and some bigger damage towards the end. So curious to see what the transition will be there. And Roy's our boy. He always has some great power behind him with the tip and all the damage that they can do with their moves as well.
You got to watch out with the tip there. Because Roy, I mean, you said it perfectly. Like, you go with Roy, it's just a namesake. It's just such a standard character that you're going to be seeing a lot of people just kind of go to when it comes down to swords. But for Pokemon Trainer, who's risen the ranks here in Smash Ultimate, and like you said, the versatility and how much you can really see from these Pokemon when you do change up, it allows so much into their arsenal for Smash Ultimate. But out the gates, Owen P. What a start so far. Yasuke. Oh, I had it swapped. It's Owen P on the Pokemon Trainer. So Yasuke is coming out here strong with the Roy. Squirtle just cannot keep up.
Crazy to see, but kind of what we tend to witness with these Fire Emblem characters, the sword characters that they have out there. They're typically pretty well powered and able to do some good damage against their opponents, especially if they can get some early combos against them. I'm liking the zoning though so far from ONP on the Ivysaur. A little bit more confident, less floaty that you would see with the Squirtle, and able to take a bit more damage before being sent flying. So a wise decision. A lot of players stick with just the Ivysaur for the most part. Squirtle if they're feeling a bit more confident for some combos, but this is standard from what we see. Unfortunately not able to recover on time though, and it will be Yasuke doing as best as they can to really take a 3-stock potentially, but as I talked about, the Charizard changeup, that's the power you expect to see.
You gotta watch out for that rush. Charizard, big hefty boy coming out. The Ivysaur, the Squirtle just did not cut it so far, but Yasuke making it very difficult in that game. Looks like Owen just did not want to have it in game number 1. Sends himself off the edge, and that's a Roy taking this start to this match number 3 that we have seen. Not flawless, as you alluded to, but they do get it, losing only 1 stock at the end there. And it's just the control that we're seeing from this Roy. Off the bat, the Squirtle can't keep up. The Ivysaur can't land those Vine Whips. And then the Charizard, the Charizard's going to come out, catch you off guard, but the Charizard just wasn't even close to hitting anything. So you see from Yasuke, just very practiced with this Roy, and coming out here as probably one of the best we've seen so far on stage.
Yeah, great performance so far, very confident, and that's what you typically expect from players that choose these sword characters. You really have to know your character well, I feel like, to play a sword character confidently. But Palutena versus Greninja this time, a big change up between these two. Keeping the Pokemon theme for OMP, I like it. We've got 2 Greninja so far in the tournament, but Palutena really has some interesting moves that they can go for, and unfortunately Greninja just getting sent off the stage without able to be able to input their recovery options quick enough.
And I like the pick of the Palutena. So you see Yasuke just continuing to look for an advantage over ONP, and ONP struggling to stay on stage here. So down to 1 stock. This could be over quickly, Vaudable. as
Huge win for
Yasuke.
Yasuke. If they can get this. Oh no! They were so close.
Okay.
Oh, that's gotta hurt. I
That
mean, when
does.
you're going to recover, excuse me, you thought you got the ledge, but it slips out of your fingers, and then, well, your opponent does get the quick sweep against you. So it will be a 2-0 victory, the fastest one we've seen so far, Seymour. But again, when you come to these tournaments and you're just signing up on the day, there's going to be matchups like that. You shouldn't feel discouraged. You just got to keep grinding, play tournaments out there, play some online, watch some tutorial videos as well, and really work on the basics of staying on the stage too. And we can see kind of the replay here. The powerful move set of Roy against ONP's Pokemon trainer. But the big thing is, for the basics, just working on your stage presence and being able to stay on the stage and take some hits while you're trying to deal with your opponent.
Directional input is so important from ONP. We didn't really get to see too much of it, especially in that first game. Second game, Owen just struggling to stay on stage with this Greninja. Yasuke just doing such a grand old job on the Palutena as well as the Roy. And I think you said it the best, Audible, is just when you dip out of a tournament like this, the best thing you can look for in Smash is the countless amounts of data it has for you to go home and be like, okay, well, I just got smoked by this Roy. How do I beat the Roy? You go, you look at a guide on how to beat Roy, and the next time you come back, you're better than ever. So for a lot of these players, it's just going to be kind of getting through the early rounds here, Audible, getting into the grind of the later ends of the bracket. But I'm excited to see, if, a lot of these players do return in the future for another HANSCOMICCON or another local in Boston. Maybe they're going to have a little bit of a turnaround. It is, always around for Smash for you to get better. But we have our next match ready, and looks like we're heading in with Jackson W and Mad Chad 64. What a name!
What a great name. I was thinking the same thing. Mad Chad. We'll see what they can do here from Hurlburt Air Force Base, looking to represent and see how far they can make it into the tournament itself between them and some of these other opponents that are out there. I mean, there's a lot of great competition. We'll have to see how far they can make it through this bracket itself. And this matchup, actually, now I'm looking at the bracket, the winner of this will be facing off against the first seed and trying to move on from there. So we do have an updated bracket we can look at here for a moment, see the matchups as they are developing, and will be Hudson Hardy facing off against Christian, and then also on the other side, Channing facing off against their other opponent. So, we do have Ike facing off against Greninja this time.
Lots of
Guess I'll have to reset. I wonder why Greninja. Greninja is a really popular character when it comes to the Pokemon animated series out there, so that might be a reason why. But also, I would say they are the best Pokemon character. Well, apart from Pikachu. Pikachu's harder to play, I would say, than Greninja.
I was going to say, apart from literal Pokemon trainer and Pikachu.
I would honestly say Greninja's better than Pokemon trainer, but I've just seen better Greninjas than Pokemon trainers, personally.
Oh, okay. To each their own.
Yeah,
for that one, I'm kind of the opposite. I've seen better Pokemon trainers that I have Greninja players, so it's it's the fun thing about Smash is that everybody has their own niche.
So true.
Maybe for a lot of these players, Greninja is just their favorites here. I used to think back to early days playing Smash, and I used to, not know what I was doing, and I just picked Mewtwo right off the bat because he was awesome, and. It didn't always go well for me, I won't lie. It didn't always go well for me.
It didn't as well. I mean, Mewtwo King himself doesn't play Mewtwo, and that's for a reason. So, there's some great characters out there that you could play, but it's so difficult. I've played Ike a decent amount of time. The biggest difficulty with Ike is their recovery. If you can manage to take them off the stage, then you can do some good work against them. Also, because of how slow their combos are, with Greninja, you should have the speed advantage against them. So as long as they're not falling for some of these traps and these smash attacks, they'll be able to do pretty decent. But as we are seeing that, a good Ike knows exactly when to time and predict their opponent's moves. And that's what we're seeing so far here.
Lots of Shadow Sneaks coming out. The directional B, the side-to-side B from Jackson W. Ooh. Just looking to pull some fast ones over Mad Chad, but this Ike doing a fantastic job at not allowing these hits to land. 55% lost for Mad Chad, but taking the first stock early away from Jackson. This is looking like a fun one as we do see This Ike just looking for some up smashes here. Look for anything you can really get there. But Jackson, you know, this is what I expect from a Greninja Audible, being nimble, not just keeping your distance, picking and choosing when you want to strike.
I'd say the big thing for these Greninjas that we're seeing out here is that they really need to focus on their positioning and timing their attacks. This Greninja from Jackson is falling for a lot of the traps of Mad Chad, and as you see, those up smashes that we were talking about, so powerful, and they can really just catch you off guard if you aren't prepared for it. So this Greninja trying to get back on the stage and see if they can at least find their footing for a moment so that they can recover, but eventually able to get the counter against them, and that will work a decent amount of time. But again, they fall right into the clutches of Mad Chad's Ike there for a moment, and they did get them off the stage, but not far enough and not enough power for them to really get that first stock against them.
Ike's going to be able to recover, hold on to the stock, and this has just been a masterclass of the Aether just constantly being an issue. Ninja looking for the Shadow Sneak to hit it. It has just been exactly what Jackson wants to do, is landing these side Bs. But instead, Aether again and again and maybe again.
Nope, not that time.
Not this time, over and over
Just
again.
Just a neutral that time, but still, I mean, this Ike has the fundamentals down. They're able to hit up into the air and take down Jackson to size, slicing up Greninja as best as they can, and really just showcasing the strength and power of Ike as a character. And Jackson, I mean, you were mentioning it, they were trying to use the stealth attack as much as they could, but it wasn't really working for them. And when you're using a move over and over and you're confident with that, when you're playing against some other opponents, you got to change things up. Go for some grabs, go for like shield the attacks as they come out, and then eventually try and do just an easy, simple combo and go for then on out to just catch this opponent off guard. But
Lucario,
the power of these moves. Oh, switching up to Lucario. It's just a Pokemon day here. It feels like Seymour.
Yeah, I'm not going to be upset about it at all.
No, me neither.
When we're watching these Pokemon just countless times lose, it hurts. It hurts. But the Lucario swap hoping to be a little bit better for Jackson is again just struggling to keep their feet on this stage. Directional movement. Going to be able to get right back, extreme speed into the center stage. Not taking any damage, barely, is Mad Chad. 9%. Finally, the Force Palm is going to at least chip away at it a little bit more, but Jackson just has to do better when it comes down to squaring up against this sword, avoiding this distance as you're trying to battle out in the sweet spot of the sword.
I'm liking the movement that we're seeing from Jackson on this Lucario too, feeling a lot more confident compared to the Greninja, and
there we go.
Spacing is a lot better, able to get some percentage against them too, and dodging the up smashes that we were talking about, but still doing the best that they can to dodge, bob, and weave. Eventually they got to connect on something, and that's the big thing that we're looking for here with this Lucario. We saw a Lucario in our first game of the day, Seymour, and the big thing there is once you get high percentage, making sure you can dodge the attacks and then just do some good damage with heavy knockback based on that aura. But right now they're just falling again into the clutches of Mad Chad, and not too much they've been able to do so far.
Again, just like those, trying to be sneaky back on the Greninja. It's just if you keep on trying to dodge and trying to move around, Mad Chad's going to get that read, but finally, Jackson, a little break here. The percentage going up. Lucario with the glass cannon that not a lot of people seem to figure out here in HANSCOMICCON. He's going to finally get Mad Chad actually off the stage. Now the Force Palm looking to do it again. Keeping their distance. Mad Chad's starting to find a little bit of an issue. The grab turns it.
Okay.
But not yet. The sneak.
There
sorry,
we go.
The DI is fantastic from Mad Chad, just constantly holding on to this third stock.
Now Jackson was feeling confident there, able to take them down and utilize the slowness of the moves of Ike to their advantage to get their first stock in this series. A great look for Jackson, using that aura properly with the amount of damage that they are able to come out with. But again, if they're sitting on that platform for too long, just going to be an up attack, and that's all it's needed to take them down.
Good for the grab yet again, but Mad Chad staying away from reach. In behind, going for something heavy, but not just yet. Mad Chad with the grab, or Jackson with the grab. Up to Bob, shielding it, and again, just keeping Mad Chad away from landing these powerful strikes. This is exactly what you're looking from Jackson to accomplish. A lot better than what we saw back in this Greninja. Lucario definitely is seeming to favor Jackson a little bit more, but will it be enough to take down this Ike?
We've just been told, too, that there's been an amazing attendance at the event this weekend. 600 people in attendance yesterday. Amazing to see the support that's coming out for this Comic-Con and seeing the performances from these players as well.
Ooh.
Also, shout out to Mad Chad for getting the finish there, but also Jackson giving it their all in this series. Managing to get a stock against this Ike seemed to be almost impossible after that first game, but they were able to turn it around with the Lucario, so shout out to them.
Yeah, I think that is hands down the best performance that we've seen from game 1 to game 2 from a player who just it wasn't putting it together back on that Greninja. Jackson, oh, what a showcase on the Lucario. I was loving everything that we highlighted between games was coming into fruition with this Lucario when it comes to kind of spacing against this Ike, making sure that you're not landing not allowing to land those strikes, the shielding, and you saw that the Lucario, instead of kind of dancing around in the sweet spot, eventually decided, hey, I'm going to stand right in front of you and just grab you, keep you away, continue to chip down on this percentage. And, you take the first stock, you manage to knock the Ike around a little bit, but in the end, Mad Chad just looking fantastic out there again. Like we've seen so many of these players coming out on top in these early rounds of Audible. It looks fantastic out of a couple of these players, and it leads me to believe that as we're heading deeper into the bracket, some of these matchups are going to be insane.
They are going to be insane, and Mad Chad having to face off against the #1 seed in just a moment as my cat makes an appearance on the stream for a second. But it is going to be crazy to see how this higher side of the bracket is going to progress. I mean, we've had only matches from this end, so I'm curious how the other end of the bracket will be going later on as well. If anyone will be able to really compete against these tough contenders we have seen so far. I mean, we got a King K Rule, we have a Lucario that tried their best, but also a decent Greninja in Christian and how they were performing. It seems like the Lucarios haven't really been making it as far as they would like. There's got some Greninja representation in there. And then we also had Yakuza, or not Yasuke, excuse me, not Yakuza, on that Roy, and then Palutena there as well. So some different change-ups for the kind of characters we're seeing to typical Smash tournaments that you would witness.
And I imagine that we're just going to continue to see more characters pop up throughout the remainder of this tournament. But we got our next match, getting set up and ready to go, folks. We're going to throw it to another break and get things ready. We'll see you on the other side of this intermission with more Smash.
You tend to witness with these not Final Fantasy. Squirtle, if they're feeling a bit more confident for some combos, but this is standard from what we see. Unfortunately, not will be Yasuke doing as best as they can to really take a 3-stock potentially, but as
boy coming out, the IVC of the Squirtle just did not cut it so far, but Yasuke,
I like it. We've got 2 Greninjas so far in the tournament, but Palutena really has some interesting moves.
To look for an advantage over ONP, and ONP struggling to stay on.
If they can get this. Oh no! They're so close.
Looking to pull some fast ones over Mad Chad, but this Ike doing a fantastic job at not allowing.
Eventually able to get the counter against them, and that will work a decent amount of time, but again,
time over and over again.
That time, but still, I mean, this Ike has the fundamentals down. They're able to...
Going to be able to get right back, extreme speed into the center stage. Not taking any... Fantastic from Mad Chad, just constantly holding on to this 3rd stock.
Now you know Aura properly with the amount of damage that they are able to come out with. But again, if there's to see the support that's coming out for this Comic-Con and seeing the performances from these players as well. And also, shout out to Matt. Tend to witness with these not Final Fantasy. Squirtle, if they're feeling a bit more confident for some combos, but this is standard from what we see. Unfortunately, not will be Yasuke doing as best as they can to really take a 3-stock potentially, but as
boy coming out. The IVC.
I'm Specialist 4 Conrad Hunt. I'm stationed at Peterson in the 21 Comm Squadron. The first game I can remember playing was Pokemon on Nintendo. So yeah, I played Pokemon Gold back in the day. Actually, I played Silver. My brother ended up trading silver to his friend and I took his gold. Got an N64 at Christmas from my parents at one time and played like Donkey Kong 64. How I got into Microsoft and Xbox is my mom again bought my dad an Xbox for Christmas. Little did I know I commandeered it from him and first started playing Halo 2. I didn't play Halo Combat Evolved, but Halo 2 I just played with my friend. We played the story, the campaign, and we just do little like custom games between each other on Blood Gulch. Gaming is actually how I made most of my friends and how we hang out and stuff. During my high school years, we'd do LAN parties of League of Legends. We'd grab all our laptops together, set up a table in one guy's room in the house, hottest room in the house that night. That's how I met those guys. And then that's where I was originally from, Hawaii, that I met them. So now I got stationed, joined the military and stationed in Colorado. And this is how I kind of keep connected with my friends. Some of them have started streaming now, so if I'm up late at night, I can catch their streams on their time and still communicate with them and talk to them. And some of them came out for my wedding last year, so I can still keep in touch with them, and we have common things to do instead of just like, hey, we're calling on the phone all the time. We're playing games, talking. When Halo Infinite came out, I played on release, Season 1. Kind of enjoyed it a little bit. I wasn't playing competitively at the time, just big team battles and stuff, like the old Halo days. Season 2 kicked off and there was a ForceCon event. We competed for that, we got a slot, and I was able to go to San Antonio for ForceCon and try to compete in the Combine. I unfortunately didn't make it into the team, but being out there was a great experience. This is the Armed Forces Esports Championship. We're playing Halo Infinite. We competed in a qualifier online between two teams, so our team and the enemy team for Space Force. And we got lucky and got the dub, and we're lucky to be out here. Our team first formed for the ForceCon event. We originally had Kicka06, or Dirty Davis was our captain at the time. And he formed our team together with people we worked with. When this new event started, Davis had actually gotten out of the military and went to the Air Force Guard. So we couldn't compete with him. Our next captain was Stretch, or Tyler Stevens. He's kind of like our top slayer for the team. But then on the accuracy side, it's between him and Chetta who compete for that. So the branch we're hoping to go against is the Coast Guard. I'm hoping to get a dub there, but we'll see how that game plays out. And if we can keep staying in the winner's bracket or climb the loser's bracket, we're here to have fun, so that's what we're gonna do. If I can do a shout out, is that okay? Yeah, I'd like to shout out my wife and my son. You know, thank you for letting me be here. Shout out to the 21 Com Squadron. Thanks for letting us attend. And shout out to Kicka06. You started this team and we're here for you. We're just the boys.
Welcome back, everybody, to HANSCOMICCON 24 action for Smash Ultimate. My name is Seymour. With me is Vaudable. Throughout the day, Vaudable, we have been seeing nothing but sweeps in this Smash bracket through round number 1, and we are going to be continuing this with this round 1 action with our next match coming up. It's Shoko versus MDS. Winner goes on to play what seems like Aaron. It's updated on our bracket, but it seems like Aaron just
they just
Carter.
wanted to make you incorrect on only sweeps today, because that matchup that just got updated on the back end wasn't a sweep. It was actually all the way to 3 games. 2-1. Aaron did take that victory against Carter.
It's been sweeps, at least on stream. From what you and I have seen, it has been nothing but 2-0s all day long.
They wanted to prove you wrong.
But that's going to be interesting leading into it, because if Aaron had a little bit of a grinder for his game, then for Shoko and MDS, this is going to be really telling. If this one also goes close to maybe a game number 3, then that match versus Aaron is going to be one I'm looking forward to seeing between Shoko, either the winner of Shoko or MDS. So hopping in with this one, we got a Captain Falco and a Ganondorf. Oh, this is a heavy matchup.
I love matchups like this. I mean, Ganondorf, definitely not a favored character in any sense of the word, but also just love the power and just style of this character. And same for Captain Falcon. I mean, the best Falcon players out there are just amazing with the combos that they can pull off. So I'm expecting some decent plays, because if you're playing either of these characters, you gotta kind of know your stuff.
Yeah, I mean, talking about characters who aren't favored, I grew up through college. There was a player for the Smash team at my college who was an Isabelle main. And this Isabelle main was one of the strongest players in Ontario. So it just comes down to, again, just how good you are. But Captain Falco in this matchup just seems like they have the edge.
And Captain Falcon doing everything that they can here against the Ganondorf. I mean, once they set them off the stage, it's a big thing with Ganondorf, but also Captain Falcon. Recovery, not the greatest, but worse for Ganondorf. They're so slow, they're so tanky, but also they can do some decent damage if they just get their hands on you. That's the biggest thing here for this Captain Falcon is making sure they keep pace. I don't know what happened there.
I don't know what just happened there, but I'm sure MDS knows what they're doing. As we can see, the stocks get narrowed down to 2 apiece here. MDS has to be careful not to get thrown off the edge. You're looking for Captain Falco to be taken down with him. RKO out of nowhere.
Wow, that was insane to see, but now they're showing them their moves and doing everything possible for Captain Falcon to take them down a peg. Takes a little bit to get some percentage racked up for this Ganondorf, but the Falcon Punch, not the right timing that they were hoping for, and the combo coming out from Ganondorf. Fortunately, the invincibility frames that they had for a second on the get up wasn't enough for them to get through.
Oh.
No, there will be the fall. Couldn't recover in time, and that's what I was talking about with Ganondorf. It's so difficult to play this character. That's why they're like one of the lowest rated characters in the game. And Captain Falcon doing what Captain Falcon does best: the speed, the momentum, the power, the energy to take him down.
I'll give MDS a little bit of benefit of the doubt there, Vaudeville. Putting Ganondorf to work. Captain Falcon was having a little bit of a troublesome time in that game number 1, and that is the closest we have seen so far in a matchup yet today.
Truly.
At least on stream. Obviously, like you alluded to, Carter versus Aaron went all the way game number 3, but for a Ganondorf to take a Captain Falcon down to 1 stock, that second stock, by the way, it was absolute cinema seeing the takedown. But we're gonna get an immediate swap up heading into game number 2. Kirby for Shoko here.
For MDS, I think. Oh, no,
For
it is for
MDS.
Shoko. Yeah, that is right. That is
Shoko.
right. We got to change. We saw a little name text at the bottom. But yeah, MDS sword character, definitely a lot better. Picking up Marth here compared to Ganondorf, a way higher tier character. Do a lot more damage. We talked about the Temple of Roy. Very effective if you do get the edge of the sword damage. That all comes down to pacing with the Marth. But Kirby stealing their powers as Kirby does best. And I'm curious to see how this Kirby player can perform, because Shoko, with that first win, felt like really confident in this matchup and using their power to get that hammer attack up. Good counter though from the Marth player. I'm liking just the movement between both these two players today.
Well, MDS going to strike first when it comes to stocks, 120%. Now going to have to play the dancing game because Kirby's looking to hit hard. We're back into this one, looking for the spike, not going to land it. Easy recovery, and now MDS gonna take a second to struggle to hold on to this platform. We're gonna have to be really careful, pick and choose, but so far MDS playing fantastic after taking that first stock. Now looking to at least rack up the percentage before losing theirs. However, Shoko gonna bounce back right away.
These timings of movements from Shoko, I'm loving so far on this Kirby. I mean, I've seen a decent amount of Kirbys at different skill levels, and a lot of it comes down to you have amazing recovery, but you really can't do too much damage. But the way they are timing their attacks and really making sure that they can use their smash attacks to their best ability at the right time is huge. And the pacing that we're seeing from them is also massive. They're not feeling like they're just playing keep away. They're actually going in for all of the hits that they can and pacing themselves perfectly. But even with that, Martha's a sword character. If you get caught in that, there's not much you can do.
Yeah, right now, just MDS looking fantastic with the swap from Ganondorf. Yeah, I like the Kirby pick by all means, but even still, for both of these players, it just seems like it's coming down to mere moments as Shoko, off of losing the stock, just seems to go into God mode and not letting MDS land any hits. So far, looking for the edge guard, but instead, the recovery fantastic. MDS gets back to center stage and back into the neutral to just trying to work their way around. Grab, gonna throw down the Kirby. No follow-up into the combo, and going to miss the combo right up with the jabs. And
oh no,
this is for Shoko to look for that second stock from MDS, but MDS gonna use that up tilt, chip away at this damage for Shoko as they're looking to hold on to the second stock. The recovery gets back, and oh, this is just on a nice edge.
Good shield there for a second, too, to bait out the attack. Knew that on the recovery afterwards they wouldn't really be able to do much, but too much reliance on the side B here for the Kirby, though the shielding was perfectly timed as well to interrupt the attacks that were coming out from MDS, send them flying. But speaking of flying, they can't get back onto the stage much at all, and this might be all she wrote for this game.
I started noticing it back in the first game that, MDS using that Ganondorf to the best ability, able to space properly, use their strengths to, MDS's strength. And you're seeing that with Marth too, the spacing to properly hit the sweet spots, especially on the tilts. And now a little bit of BM on there, looking to finish it with style instead. Shoko, chance to stay in this one. Has to be careful because it's one step away from going to game 3.
Don't take a sword out against Marth or else you will get sliced. That's exactly what we saw here with MDS taking down the Kirby with the superior weaponry and making sure that they were able to bring back this series. We talked about only seeing 2-0 sweeps on the stream. Well, now we're going to a game 3, see more, and this is exactly what we were looking for in this tournament.
Yeah, and this is going to lead into their next matchup too versus Aaron, who just came off of a Game 3 win. This is a big one for either of these players who look fantastic. But it's Shoko to swap the Ganondorf this time against the Marth. So hoping that maybe they can show, MTS, how somebody really plays Ganondorf.
Oh, man. I feel like this is just a for fun pick for Shoko. After seeing the Marth, they're like, oh, maybe I don't have really a good option against them. And the amount of hits that Ganondorf can take as long as they stay on the stage is a lot better than Kirby, so we'll see what they can do here against this Marth, and a lot of it's going to come down to the combo power that they can go for in some of these grabs and trying to see if they can bait them into any of these edge guards that they're going for. But I'm liking the side Bs. That seems to be the consistency that we see from the Kirby into the Ganondorf, but hasn't really been enough to give an edge to either of these two players just yet.
Looking for the spike, not going to hit this one, and it looks like the script has been flipped for Shoko. That's the issue with this Ganondorf, is you don't want to give up your presence center stage, because as soon as you do, this Marth is going to whittle you around and force you into some bad spots, and as soon as you get off that stage, this has been such an issue. The smash down not going to land for Shoko, a little bit off target, but look how hard it's hitting. MDS can't recover. We're back to an even playing field.
13%, not bad at all for Ganondorf. Even the 25, now into the 40, they're still doing okay against this Marth with the 2-stock. Even Stevens between these two, and already you can see the damage is 2 attacks, now make it 3, able to send them forward into a better position than they were before. 100% now for the Marth, trying to see if they could get the spike down, but it won't be enough for them to get the connection. They are wary of going off the stage because they know if they find themselves caught lacking, they could just lose due to not having any recovery. Speaking of,
just barely gets back into it, and the parry, but no, get off my stage, says Shoko.
Wow. It's a powerful boot, taking them off and saying this is Sparta at the same time. Shoko just doing everything necessary to win this series, but can they do it? Marth just needs to get them off the stage, and that'll be the big thing here, but it seems like MDS is taking their time a bit too much on getting some combos going and not feeling as confident as they were before.
Not using this distance of the sword to really keep Ganondorf away, trying to battle up close and personal, and that is where Shoko just feels the best off this Ganondorf, hitting hard. 109, 109. Marth needs to put this one away soon because it is looking absolutely detrimental. Only one hit, and that could be it right now, Vaudable.
This could be it, as you mentioned. One good hit is all it's going to take, and MDS doing all that they can, but no, they were falling for the bait there for a second. Not good DI either. They needed that to potentially survive. I think they knew flying that far at that high percentage, they wouldn't be able to recover with Marth from what we saw the other time. So Shoko showing them how it's done with Ganondorf, basically in that third game, and a great way to move forward. And no, I wouldn't say it's BM. I would say it is just good old Smash Ultimate.
Yeah, I mean, you take who they want to play and you just play them better. in that whole sense. I didn't mind from Shoko the swap up to Kirby. I thought that, you know, Kirby would at least kind of lend themselves a little bit more of the recovery and allow them to hold those stocks for longer. But you started to see the issue when it came down to trying to find the finishes back in game number 2 against that Marth. Kirby just didn't have that oomph to it that you see that Ganondorf did have. And, you know, when you're trying to play up against a sword character and you want to, that was incredible. When you want to kind of like keep away from those sweet spots of your sword matchup, I think Ganondorf kind of led itself to be a very, I guess, stable character pick for Shoko when you were trying to control center stage and not allow that Marth to kind of move you around the way you were. As soon as MDS overstepped with this Marth pick, the Ganondorf punished countless times where, you know, MDS just got baited into a spot where the Marth did not favor the matchup versus Ganondorf. And I think Shoko, when you look at the matchups early on in round 3, really showing some incredible knowledge when it comes down to this game and what to do.
And also just their opponent as well. They're like, okay, you know, Kirby didn't work against them, was hoping the floatiness and the speed that they could have with it would be enough to take down Marth, but they could tell the Marth player knew exactly what they were doing, so they had to change it up, more power, and that's exactly what they needed. Just a couple hits that they were able to get in from the Kirby before, now transitioned into the Ganondorf, was all that was necessary for the victory in that third game.
Yeah, so there we go. Game number 3 finally on stream. Shoko's going to take it versus MDS Vodable, and that is going to lead Shoko into the second round to play Aaron, which we just saw on the bracket to take a game 3 win in theirs versus Carter. So I know that one's going to be a little bit of a grueler, a grinder, but we're not done with game number or round number 1. Right into our next matchup, and this is another name that I really
love
like.
These names, actually.
Ductilin versus Microwave Sonic. You know, something tells me that we may get a Duck Hunt versus Sonic.
That would be amazing, but also I've seen people with names like that not play anything close to those characters. That's just the names that they've had from like Xbox or something like that. So we'll see if that is the case, but I hope so, because I haven't really seen a Duck Hunt in forever.
I've ever seen a Duck Hunt.
They are so hard to play, I would say. So that's the big thing to look out for here is, can Ductilin really come in with a Duck Hunt and just shock the world? And Sonic being like one of the highest tier characters right now, a lot of people debating that they might even be better against Steve than some other matchups that we were talking about before. Seymour, like that'd be interesting to see exactly what they're going to go for in that matchup. But still, as we're getting that one set up, I mean, I can't think of anyone else that they would play now that you have put that in my mind.
I would be very disappointed if they didn't play Duck Hunt, but at the same time, I would kind of be okay with it because there's no reason for Microwave Sonic to not play Sonic. Although, why would anybody want to microwave Sonic is what I'm kind of thinking about there. But when it comes to matchups in Smash Ultimate in general, there is zero reason not to play Sonic. But, you know, you and I, we can see exactly what this matchup is looking like, and it doesn't look like we're getting either of those characters.
No,
so,
I knew it. I knew as soon as we have names like that, every time they play someone else, it's like maybe that's who they started with and they got their name from. And they're like, oh, I'm not good on these characters, so they changed up. So we're going to be getting a Rob versus a Corrin.
Interesting.
So interesting changes here from what we're potentially expecting. But Rob, a very high-tier character. Corrin, another sword character. And there's so many sword characters in this game that we're used to seeing. So
some might argue Rob, the cheesiest character to play.
100%.
Comes down to this game. You got to watch out to how easy it is for Rob to recover on stage, back on stage, and on top of that, just the damage combos that Rob can do with their throwable to kind of set themselves up for just racking up their percentage against their opponents. Corrin, a fantastic pick when it comes down to if anybody's going to take down Rob, it's going to be somebody who can keep Rob at a kind of distance, and I think Corrin's going to be fantastic for that.
It was a great counter as well, and they're trying to maybe over-rely on that too much, and Microwave Sonic on the Rob. Maybe that's where the microwave comes into play. I don't know.
Maybe they're the one who does the microwaving against Sonics.
That could be it too. Oh gosh. But still, I'm liking the positional play from both these players. You can tell that they have the basics down as far as that is concerned too. And Rob playing as a typical Rob player would, use the top, have that be to cover some positioning options so that your opponent's not feeling as comfortable using that up there to just take down your opponent into the ceiling of the stage, and then using the beam and the projectiles to zone them out. It's the classic Rob player used to saying.
It's just so crazy when you watch a Rob player, just how easy it is to finish so early, low percentage with that up air. It's just, Rob is one of the characters of Smash of all time.
They are one of the characters of all time. That's so true. It's so tough too because they can last so long at heavy percentage, and that's just a difficulty for a lot of characters to deal with, especially because Rob, even having that tankiness, are still so floaty and able to just stay in better positions time after time after time, and a lot of it just comes down to getting combos against them. But if you aren't able to get them in a grab or any sort of combo of that situation, it's hard to take advantage against them. And there we go, a signature move for Corrin, able to take them down, at least to even up the stocks. Not necessarily the percentage anywhere close, though.
And now look at Corrin. Early on in this matchup versus Rob, Corrin was fantastic at, parrying and countering. But now you can start to see that Microwave Sonic is getting a real hold onto this matchup versus Duck Dillon, and Corrin struggling to get some hits on. Finally, we just see there a little bit of a dash attack is going to chip down Rob to 23%. Now looking for a little bit more. The up air is going to force Rob into a little bit of a tough spot. But again, Rob, how often can you say that he's really in a tough spot? So back onto the stage, and Corrin is just moments away from losing this second stock. 140%. Any hit that Rob hits now could be their last.
And as he said, there it goes onto Corrin. I mean, the down throw into the stage, into the up air, the bread and butter, the perfect block as well. I mean, this Microwave Sonic player is going to be a top contender. They can make it further through the bracket. But Duck Dillon, I mean, no stranger to danger. They've been doing what they can. I feel like if it was any of the earlier round opponents that we saw that did go down in the previous matchups, it wouldn't have lasted as long as Duck Dillon is. So we got to give them credit where it's due there specifically. But again, they are just finding themselves in between a Rob and a hard place because they cannot get any breaks so far.
No, they can't. And a little spin move there for Rob. Corrin's going to be back for the top. That's it.
That was style points. That was style points for Microwave Sonic for sure. They knew what they could do with the edge guard, with the top, especially based on the positioning of Duck Dillon, and they are playing at their fingertips to their own tune, and there is nothing that this Corrin has been able to do. I would advise a character change up if they are comfortable on any other picks, because that Corrin, I feel like a little bit too slow in this matchup, and a lot of the moves you see from Corrin where they kind of stick themselves into the stage and go forward, it's easy to counter with a Rob that's that skilled from what we've seen out of Microwave Sonic.
But the thing is just who do you change to play against Rob? Because when you think about Rob as a character, you're going to either pick... Okay,
Sonic
this is
Ridley. Okay,
two vastly different characters when it comes down to the tiers of who to pick in Smash. Ridley being one of the worst, and Sonic being literally at the top echelon of countering Steve.
Oh my goodness. Ridley is such like a heavy character too, so I'm curious if that is the strategy, is just to do as much damage they can against the Sonic, accidentally capturing multiple times during their inputs as well. But is the Sonic Microwave Sonic, or is it Duck Dillon?
I think Duck Dillon is the Sonic.
That's funny.
Which, this is probably Microwave Sonic kind of looking at it like, okay, I beat you with one of the best characters. Now let me beat you with one of the worst characters.
That is so true.
And Duck Dillon is like, okay, let me just get this to game 3. Let's try to keep this one going. As you can even see that it's not even down to, Sonic is just, one of the best characters. It's how you wield Sonic. It's how you're able to use, the roles and how fast Sonic can be. You have to land these shots, and it's not like you're an assassin here with Sonic, but you definitely, similar to Greninja, have to pick and choose your battles, especially against a character like Ridley, who simply can dodge. And for for Duck Dillon, you can even see that on this Sonic, you're struggling.
I was gonna say Sonic is hard to play unless you have perfectly mastered their signature abilities for movement. Because things like that can happen so many times. You just kind of get into the rhythm and the pace of playing Sonic, and when you're not quite used to them as much as you would like to, there's so many simple mistakes, and you can have just mishaps of that portion go off the stage multiple times if you aren't close and paying attention to exactly where your positioning is going.
Well, it was off of a little bit of a mistiming, but oh, it's going to be a homie stock from Ridley this time. Jumps off with Duck Dylan. And that's going to bring this Ridley back into 0% and 2 stock advantage. Duck Dylan backed against the ropes for the Sonic. Chance to take it towards game 3 is diminishing Vaudeville as we kind of watch this unfold. But now we're seeing Duck Dylan starting to get the hang of things, and let's see if he can turn it around in the back half.
There is a chance if they can get at least a stock against this Ridley, but the biggest thing is, as we're talking about, no, the mishaps rolling, going too fast off the side, and they can't recover at all, and it will be the Ridley getting the victory. Microwave Sonic, not playing Sonic, but microwaving Sonic at the end there with the fireballs of the Ridley.
Don't really get treated to a Ridley too often when, you know,
No.
you're watching Smash. Very different from things we're seeing, but I do love seeing Ridley get picked, and the Sonic just doesn't pay off for Duck Dylan. Tried to switch up to one of the better characters, as we saw in the early matchup for the Rob, really paying off for Microwave Sonic. It just seemed like the, I don't want to say the skill gap was there, but the knowledge gap for sure from Microwave Sonic. For the ability to swap to somebody like Ridley and still, you know, dodge the Sonic and, you know, have a little bit of an edge with a character like Ridley there. You can see that Microwave Sonic is starting to kind of show that, you know, they are a force to be reckoned with in the lower side of this bracket. So a player that I am excited to see more of as they move into the second round.
I'm excited to see the second round, too. We have some amazing matchups coming up, too. I mean, Mad Chad versus number 1 seed Christian versus Hudson Hardy, Game King versus Channing, Suke versus Mike Resno, Vandal, the 2nd seed versus Kyle T, and Aaron versus Soko. I feel like it's going to be an amazing match because both of those went to game 3. So
yeah,
great stuff to look forward to here, Seymour.
I think Channing's going to be a fun one to see again. Yasuke, Mad Chad for sure was looking fantastic with that Ike, but I think, I think I agree with you the most that Aaron versus Shoko is something that I'm or so keen on seeing. The only 2 to go game 3 so far in round number 1. How is that going to fare heading into the round number 2? Was it maybe a tough matchup side for them? Was it just not the right character picks? Or maybe they still have some work to be done to kind of get cleaner on the other side? It has been just nothing but sweeps out of the nose, and we still have one more to kind of go through with Defino Fan versus Lord Heincrad in this round number 1. But for you and I, it seems like we are going to be taking a little bit of an intermission break while we get things set up. Round number 2 soon to come here in Smash. You're watching HANSCOMICCON 24. We'll see you after this break. Hey, there was a player for the Smash team at my college who was an Isabel main. And this Isabel main was one of these.
Some decent damage if they just get their hands on you. That's the biggest thing here for this Captain Falcon is
keys here. MBS has to be careful not to get thrown off the edge. You're looking for Captain Falco to be taken down with him. RKO out of nowhere.
Early frames that they had for a second on the get up wasn't enough for them to get through. No, there will be the fall. Couldn't recover in time from the Marth player. I'm liking just the movement between both.
Oh yeah, taking that first stock, now looking to at least rack up the percentage before losing theirs. However,
they're actually going in for all of the hits that they can and pacing themselves perfectly, but even with that, Martha's attack knew that on the recovery afterwards they wouldn't really be able to do much, but too much reliance on the side B here for the Kirby.
Instead, Shoko, a chance to stay in this one. Has to be careful because it's one step away.
These 2 players just yet.
Looking for the spike, not going to hit this one, and it looks like the script has been flipped for Shoko. Smashdown not going to land for Shoko, a little bit off target, but look how hard it's hitting.
Nice.
MDS can't recover. Oh, just barely gets back into it. And the parry, but no, get off my stage, says
As you mentioned, one good hit is all it's going to take, and MDS doing all that they can, but no, they were falling for the bait there for a second. Not good DI either. Use the top. Have that be to cover some positioning options so that your opponent's not feeling as comfortable using that. It just comes down to getting combos against them. But if you aren't able to get them in a grab or any sort of combo of that situation, it's hard to take.
There we go. 140%. Any hit that Rob hits now could be their last.
And as he said,
The spin move there for Rob. Corin's going to be back for the top. That's it. Sorry for Doc Dylan. You can even see that on this Sonic, you're struggling. Well, it was off of a little bit of a mistiming, but it's going to be a homie.
and get at least a stock against this Ridley, but the biggest thing is, as we were talking about, the mishaps rolling.
There was a player for the Smash team at my college who was an Isabel main. And this Isabel main was one of
Do
these.
some decent damage if they just get their hands on you. That's the biggest thing here for this Captain Falcon is
He's here. MDS has to be careful not to get thrown off the edge. You're looking for Cap.
Welcome one and all to the Department of the Air Force Esports Invitational.
We have some exciting action underway.
The Department of the Air Force Gaming League is an esports tournament for airmen and guardians around the globe, featuring airmen and guardians located in North America, Europe, and Asia Pacific regions, as they compete in casual and pro leagues for Call of Duty, Warzone, Rocket League, and Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Now with a new and improved pricing, including the exclusive DAF GL Challenge coin and custom jerseys for the Pro Division.
Welcome back, everybody, to HANSCOMICCON 24. My name is Seymour, with me, Vaudable, and we are into the second round of Smash Ultimate. Super excited for this one, Vaudable, because we've been talking about the second round for such a long time now and anticipating a lot of these matchups. And we're going back to a player that we saw back in that first round look fantastic when it came down to their sword matchups. We're going to be going to the top of the bracket with this Bursiaga, a player that we have yet to see play today, versus Mad Chad, who took a 2-0 over Jackson W in the Lucario early on.
I'm excited to see this one too, because we're now into the second round. Again, I believe this was random seeding, so we don't know if V Bursiaga is the top player out there or if they are just here to perform as best they can against Mad Chad in this series. And Mad Chad did some amazing performances from what we were witnessing in that series. So curious to see how they move forward and take on the world in this matchup, or if we will see V Bursiaga be the number one seed for a reason in this one specifically. But we got the Ike for V Bursiaga and Mad Chad in the Samus. Okay.
This is going to be interesting. So Bursiaga stealing away the Ike. We might have it flipped because I'm pretty sure CJ was Mad Chad back in the first
That's
one.
true.
But if not, I think, Mad Chad is going to be going back to the Ike and Bursiaga to the Samus. Would have been bold to see, Bursiaga steal away the Ike pick from Mad Chad. And I'm sure I'd be a little bit frustrated if that was me. Like, he's stealing away the main, not allowing me to have that matchup like I want to. But you are going to be seeing so far Mad Chad with an early start here, again, going for that ether that we saw do so much damage against the Lucario and the Greninja back against Jackson W. But Samus is a little bit of a different, case than what we're used to with the Pokemon characters. Instead, you're looking for these projectiles to, again, almost like Snake, try to keep your distance.
Keep your distance, and it's easier to do it against Ike compared to some of the other sword and board characters that are out there due to the speed of their moves. Because they're so slow compared to the other sword characters, it's a lot easier to read and get around, and that's why Ike not as popular as those other Fire Emblem characters and Final Fantasy characters you see as well. And these charge-ups too are making it so much easier for V Bursiaga and defending their number one seed for a reason, you can tell.
Yeah, keeping that first stock off of 130%, the directional input earlier on, capped them in and gave him a little bit of an advantage there. But you see that Mad Chad, after returning back to the stage, able to relinquish that first stock from Bursiaga right off the get-go. Looking for a second one here. Lovely grab. Samus not able to start any combos off of that up throw, but it's just making it difficult for Ike to find some footing here on stage.
Yeah, having to dodge as best they can to try and get around Samus, but with just the speed of this character in Samus and the projectiles, not really a good matchup for Ike specifically. So if things don't go their way, I feel like a big thing for them is that they're going to have to try and change up their character. And they could have gone for a side B there. I think it was just a bit of a misinput instead. When they tried to go for the basic up B for the recovery, and that's a classic pitfall for Ike, is the up B is not that strong when it comes to recovery, but that's a lot of the Fire Emblem characters too.
So now Mad Chad down to the last stock. Gonna have to make some quick work of the second one from Samus without taking too much damage, and so far so good. Can you get rid of it? Okay, recovery back in with that up B.
Nice.
And keeping themselves at 36%. This is exactly what you're looking for Mad Chad to try to stay alive in this game number 1 of the best of
There we
3.
go.
And we're back to square one. 36%, not too shabby.
This is so smart, too, from Vbersiaga as well. As soon as they get back on the stage, they charge up that attack and make sure that they can take them down as well. So apparently Samus, one of our younger players as well in this tournament, so they can take down Mad Chad. This will be a huge win for them in the younger generation, but also just goes to show that, man, we're getting old and it's hard for us to keep up with these kids.
I've been recently, commentating over quite a bit of high school competition, and it makes me feel like I am just outdated when it comes to playing video games.
So
but
true.
here we see it again. Bursiaga looking to show up for the younger generation here at HANSCOMICCON. And in game number 1, Mad Chad, can you turn it around? From down a stock, from the reversal, Mad Chad takes game number 1 with back-to-back stocks being taken away from this Samus. So big game coming out from Mad Chad to open up the second round.
What a win and turnaround, as you mentioned, from Mad Chad. They realized, okay, my typical bread and butter, not going to work as much as it was before. It's going to come down to pacing. They had to turn things up a notch, realize that their opponent, Vbersiaga, that they had to really figure out the perfect spots to dodge into their movements on the ground, and especially when Vbersiaga went for those grabs, that seemed to be where they were most susceptible to those attacks. So as soon as the grab comes out, they'd use their invincibility frames and get in between them, go for a grab or combo themselves, and take them down a peg, and that's exactly what we saw. But now it's Zero Suit Samus versus Samus. Zero Suit, typically a higher tiered character as well, got the speed and a lot of power behind them, so I'm curious how this matchup's going to go.
I'm seeing double. Mad Chad, a little swap up here. Will it pay off, though, for Mad Chad after taking that first stock, that first game with the Ike? You'd expect that the Ike was the recipe to success, but maybe Mad Chad was feeling a little bit pressured out back in that first game. So the swap up here, and see if this mirror matchup will be somewhat different for Bursiaga. Like you said, still looking for those grabs there, and it's exactly going to be that, a side grab for the charge. Mad Chad able to get away from it, turn things around. And a literal brawl going on right now in center stage as both players really keen on trying to go for these grabs. Finally, Mad Chad going to send Bursiaga off. The DI going to get back to center stage, but charge B not going to go direction that they want to. Rolls out. And right now, both players just really good at spacing each other out. Nobody landing a shot just yet. The up throw. And maybe that was it, but no, the charge B not going to be let loose.
I think they're waiting for the right time, but they waited a bit too long. They need to use those when they have it, and you can tell that Mad Chad is now more familiar with this matchup. Zero Suit Samus, definitely a better pick than Ike was, and I think that's the main reason why they changed it up. Feeling a bit more confident, they have that speed to work with, and Zero Suit Samus is just a better version of Samus in this game, but there's the powerful attack charged up, and it gets some more time as the respawn comes in, but 2 stocks apiece, pretty even for the most part, and you do see Vbersiaga feeling a little bit more confident after that first stock was taken, but they got to be careful because Mad Chad, we've seen when they are back into the corner, they can be frightful.
Yeah, it almost seems like a little bit of conditioning when it comes down to these up throws. You see that Vbersiaga is just kind of reading where Mad Chad likes to land, and taking that first stock, it was just a fantastic read onto the top platform there. So Bursiaga, after taking that second stock, still things neck and neck in stock number 2 of both of these characters, and the charge is not in the right direction, so going to have to look to roll away back into center stage. Both players looking for a chance for that grab, as it seems like that has been where they want to. Missile going to be thrown here, but it's Vbersiaga going to send him off stage. Not going to let go of that charge B. Instead, going to try to go for a dash attack. A nice counter from Mad Chad. The up throw.
Great
Could
grab.
this be the second stock? No. Back onto the stage is Mad Chad.
This is an insane performance from both of these players, giving it their all. The timing from the charge beams have been perfect, except that most recent one, and now They have a charge back up. They're trying to use it to zone out the competition, and I feel like Mad Chad's giving a bit too much space to Vibersiaga, and when they do get in, the grabs are coming out at the perfect time for Vibersiaga to try and even up the stakes, but this could easily be evened up in stocks too.
Such a young
As
character,
I say that.
such a young player with such a vast knowledge of these timings of the grabs. It's so frustrating to, I'm sure, play against when you cannot get close to this Samus. And I know, Mad Chad, very similar with the Zero Suit Samus, but like you said, I do agree. I think it's the space that Mad Chad is giving is a little bit too much, as you see both players back onto their last stock of game number 2. Vibersiaga looking to send us into a game 3. Mad Chad has to be careful not to go down here if you want a 2-0.
Oh, Mad Chad running straight into the charge beam, getting stunned there for a second, was expecting them to fall for the bait every time they have stopped charging when they've gone for it, but the Samus and Vibersiaga doing everything possible at the right time to catch them off guard in some of the movements that they're going for. The grab just a few frames off would have been perfect if they could have sent them up with the up throw like we've seen a couple times. With the up Bs, I feel like those are misinputs. Not exactly what we want from this Samus. Is when they're in the up B, they're in such a vulnerable position when they're coming back down to the ground, and we've seen that taken advantage of and exploited by Mad Chad a couple of times. But the missile comes through, the pacing's perfect, there comes the grab yet again, and they're using it at the right moment. When we do see the moves at the wrong time, the DI perfect for Vibersiaga, but can they get on the stage? No, the up B, somehow they do manage to land on the platform, but not for long.
This is getting a little bit tough. You can start to see Vibersiaga making some mistakes on the map, and this could be a run done at that. Barely staying alive, the pressure mounting for this Samus. Mad Chad knows what they can do here, and they're ready to win it all with the combo. Ooh. Game 2 set match. That's Mad Chad heading forward.
Oh man, not much that Vibersiaga could do in that matchup against a stronger tiered character in Zero Suit Samus, but they gave it their all. That was an amazing performance by Vibersiaga. You can see why they were a higher seed, but still not enough to take down their opponent in Mad Chad. So kudos to Mad Chad for getting the victory. But Vibersiaga, I mean, you gave it your all. That was a 2-0, but I feel like that could have easily gone to 5 if it was a best of 5.
Yeah, I mean, that definitely had the making of a game 3, at least inside of this bracket. And a little bit disappointed it didn't go towards the end, but, you do see that, Mad Chad early on was making some mistakes against the Samus. As soon as you started to see Mad Chad kind of get a read onto the way that Vibersiaga likes to play with the countless throws, the up throws in towards the charge B, and constantly kind of putting himself in vulnerable positions when it does get to that high percentile, you saw that Mad Chad had a little bit more of comfort towards the end game of these stocks. And I think for Vibersiaga, a lot of respect was earned from this Samus throughout this round 2 matchup. But in the end, still a little bit of learning to go when it comes down to finishing the stocks at the end.
Well, we'll have to see what happens here between these two players on who's going to come out on top in the future. But still, we have such a long bracket to go. Mad Chad moving forward. Christian and Hudson Hardy still to come to see who's going to face off against them in the 3rd round.
Yeah, I'm excited going back towards Christian for this game number 2 in our 2nd round. Christian earlier on was our very first player that we got to see take a win today back on the Greninja. It was the Greninja versus Lucario that we were watching all the way back at the start of this one. So Christian heading back in towards the stage, heading back onto stream, this time versus Hudson Hardy. We have yet to see Hardy play. This is going to be their first match, as they did start in the 2nd bracket, if I'm not mistaken. Looking back at it, no, Hudson Hardy started the 1st round, took a la 2014 to or in a game 2 fashion. So both of these players coming off of their round 1 with sweeps.
Yeah, so great victory so far for most of the competition. There's been, I think there was only 3 round 3s in the best of 3s that we saw before. So Kirby versus Greninja this time. Christian rocking the Greninja yet again. First matchup that we saw, they were doing pretty good against that Lucario, but now with the Kirby, we've seen some decent Kirby play before in the other end of the bracket, so I'm curious what the strategy will be here. It seems the down B is their strategy, just to squash the competition.
Oh, this is fun. There it is, the wall! Finally gonna hit something. Christian's gonna be stomped down onto the platform just now, and yeah, earlier we saw the, it was the Marth versus Kirby. where Kirby was struggling. But I feel like Kirby versus Greninja leaves a little bit more to be desired from this Kirby pick. I think that this is going to be a little bit better for Hudson Hardy when it comes down to this character matchup. And very floaty so far, not allowing Greninja really anything when it comes down to fighting on stage. It looks like Hudson Hardy has the right idea to try to play in the air. Exactly kind of what you want to do against a character like Greninja.
Some great looks so far from both of these players. Pretty even percentage. The floatiness of the Kirby, but also they are just trying to get above the Greninja and use their signature move that it seems to be that down B. And really, the Greninja just needs to get in a better position to attack them in the air, go for some neutral airs, and we really haven't seen any of those options used yet.
No. So Christian has to figure out how to get something going here. As here we go. Gonna drop on down right on top of this one, back into the down Bs for Kirby. Hudson Hardy is being an absolute menace when it comes to trying to figure out their playstyle, but soon enough, Christian gonna have to figure out their way around this one. So just trying to lead above, meet them in the air, and now Hardy staying close to the ground. Down B, not hitting. Another one. And that one's going to at least clip the edge of this Greninja. Nothing too threatening just yet, as it seems like Christian is starting to get the hang of this one, but it's just landing these blows mid-air that it doesn't seem like they are really keen on when it comes to this Greninja. And I think for Hudson Hardy, I've never seen a Kirby play like this. This is just so different.
When you got one move and you know how to use it well, that's all you need sometimes. And a lot of this, as I was mentioning, coming down to that Greninja, because of the speed of this character, it is hard to control for some players when they are in the air. And I feel like that's the biggest thing we're witnessing here from Christian, trying to use those projectiles. But Hudson Hardy is just taking their time, waiting for them to come into their lair and then take them down with the down B as they go into the heavens and send them packing. But it's worked twice. I don't know if it'll work a third time, as we are seeing those neutral airs from Christian, the Greninja. But again, every time they are underneath that Kirby, they know it's coming.
Yeah, it's just kind of making quick work to get away from this one. The timing not always paying off for Christian, as this is it. I just don't know what to say about it, other than this is just creative.
Big brain Kirby plays is all you can say about it. Waiting for their opponent, not using really anything else. We do see the side B and some jabs here and there, but again, those haven't been
in the air.
Yeah.
You need to connect with something when it comes down to these aerial attacks. And yeah, there's the first one we've really seen from Christian, but against Kirby, who has such good DI, so many jumps, so much.
It's a bad stage for this matchup specifically because the high ceiling too. So like Kirby can just go wherever they want on these platforms. And if I were Christian, I would wait under the side platforms instead of just falling for their bait. But might be trying to like time them out or something too. They finally do get a stock, so there's a chance. That's true.
Well, how do you like me now? Says Christian. Finally a stock taken off this Kirby, but can you do it again? The big question, going for the side smash, down smash. Hudson getting a little bit frisky now, knowing that game could be ended pretty soon when it comes down to just landing a few more blows against this Greninja. Christian gonna go up and above. Nice little side air. Chips off the Kirby. Met in the middle. Now it looks like a Christian just getting baited into these down Bs. Hudson just waits for their chance. Tries to decide, hey, yeah, I'll fight you. And then second you know, nope, back into the air for these down Bs that are so close to ending game one.
This is insane, just to see the speed of the down Bs as well, how quickly they're able to put it out. And no neutral airs whatsoever from the Kirby either. We finally saw one there for a moment, but haven't really been able to connect with anything. So this is just an aerial superiority battle between these two players.
So who can spike better at this point? Already holding that title, taking game one in a very creative fashion. I'm a big fan of Kirby when it comes down to Smash, one of the earlier characters that I picked up, but later on down the line, not expecting Kirby to be used
Not
in
at
a
all.
fashion like that. That is something that, you know, coming into today, I thought, you know, I'd see many things audible, but I didn't think I would see that.
Yeah, I haven't seen that. And that's how Smash Ultimate tends to be. I was about to say change to a sword character. That's the best bet here because they can use their up airs, and that'll be a good way to do some damage against the Kirby here, specifically Corrin able to do a lot of damage in the air. So curious to see what their strategy will be against them. And as you can see, some neutral air action working out pretty decently for them to get some percentage against them, and also the down attack too is huge.
So already better look from Christian here with this Corrin swap, as you were alluding to. Now it just comes down to taking these stocks, maybe grounding Hudson, Harry. I think one thing you're looking for is a character who could maybe be a little bit AA in that sense, anti-aircraft. So keep this Kirby on the ground. It's a no-fly zone, but against Kirby, easier said than done.
If you are a Christian, do not go to that top platform, is all I will say. Stay underneath the left and right platforms. That is the best option you can have against this Kirby because, again, yes, they might just wait it out, but you can wait it out too. I mean, once they're going for these, they can't recover too quickly. If you're underneath them on those platforms as well, bait them out for a second. That'd be the best option to try and take them down because playing as floaty as Christian is, I feel like Hudson Hardy has realized how floaty Christian is as a player. That's to their downfall. When they're going on these platforms and feeling confident, that's exactly when we're seeing these down Bs happen from Hudson Hardy. So,
oh, nice. Down attack there is going to be parried off the second one. Combo, could this be it? No, Kirby, lots of jumps. Very tough to get this first stock away from them. And as it goes on for Hudson Harry, it's just the more damage you do to this core, and the better you are into the long run. And you're just hitting down B after down B. Christian struggling to get away from this Kirby.
there we go. Able to do some decent damage that time, but they do need to get a stock. Still not able to
So
because
much
Kirby
room.
able to survive so much. And again, another stage with a very high ceiling on it. So tough for them to really recover, but nonetheless, doing everything necessary to try and take this Kirby down a peg with what they have as an offering. I think the positioning from them was huge
There we
there
are.
so that they could get that stock.
Now it's kind of down to doing as much damage as you can if you're the Corrin, because one good down B from this Kirby could mean a second stock gone. It will be. So back down to 0%, but obviously stock advantage for Hudson Harry is Christian has their work cut out for them if they want to go game 3.
If I were Christian, I would ignore the jump button. I would stay on the platform in the neutral zone, wait for their opponent to use that down B, dodge, and then go for an attack. That's what we're missing here from Christian. And Hudson Hardy, if they do manage to get the victory in this series, that's what they're going to have to look forward to opponents using in the further rounds. So right now for Christian, they're doing what they can, trying to take them out a peg here and there with some of these challenges, but it's been a struggle because they've just been staying kind of stalwart in the same position for the most part. But also this is working now for a little bit of time until Hudson Hardy realized, oh, I just have to do it faster and closer to the platform, and then still hit you with it.
Yeah, so Christian keeping things active right now. And these Delbies are starting to maybe prove to be quite fruitful for Christian as well. Going for the Nair. But right now it's just a chase game when it comes to Hudson Hardy, just trying to keep up with this Corrin moving side to side, and has to be careful, Christian, not to be too keen and too early on their down Bs, because if so, Hudson Hardy just waiting live for a chance to strike. Christian doing a fantastic job on this top platform at just chipping away at this percentile for the Kirby. Hudson Hardy up to 103% as these two seem to kind of have a general rule of thumb. Heat up top and try to smash.
Fight. Try to smash down towards each other. That's all I need to do. Down B is it. That is the strategy for this series, and eventually it's going to work for one of them. But Kirby is sent away. Corrin taking their time. They got to be careful about those invincibility frames once the respawn comes in. But
Yeah.
60% if they...
Oh, boy.
I was about to say if they don't get hit too much, they'll be doing pretty decently.
And there it is. Game, set, match. Hudson Hardy finally landing that down B that they've been looking for a couple stocks now. And that is one of the most creative Kirby's I've ever seen take the stage in the Smash. I think that Hudson Hardy, going forward, I would like to see more of this Kirby. See if they change it up. See if they're forced to change it up. But if not, I mean, that is a recipe to success, as we've seen. Excuse me, as we've seen there for Hudson Hardy taking a 2-0 over Christian, moving now to play Mad Chad.
Exactly. I was about to say, yes, it could have some success, but it's Mad Chad that they're facing off against. And Mad Chad, we have seen their skill, and they have a wide character pool that they can pull from. So even if there is this Kirby coming out with this, there are counters to do against it. So Hudson Hardy making a deep run, but we'll see how long that goes.
It's not even like the skill of Mad Chad. It's the skill of sword characters that we've seen from Mad Chad as well. That chance to swap over. And you started to see that, you know, Hudson Hardy was struggling against the sword character in versus Christian. But instead, you know, the Kirby still was able to edge out for that win. But for Mad Chad, it's a complete step up when it comes to sword characters.
Yeah, so we'll have to see what change is going to be in this next series once they get to that point in time. But we still have so many different matchups still going on in the second round. We have Yasuke versus Mike Resnell, Vandal versus Kyle T, Aaron versus Soko, War versus Jose Avegaris, probably butchering that, sorry, and Microwave Sonic versus Lord Hindkrad. So some great names out there, but Seymour, we do have a time for a little bit of a break here for a second, so we'll be back after these messages with some more Smash Ultimate action. And that's why Ike not as popular as those other Fire Emblem characters and Final Fantasy characters you see as well, and these charge-ups too.
Keeping that first stock off of 130%, the directional input earlier on.
And Samus and the projectiles, not really a good matchup for Ike specifically, so if things don't go their way, I feel like a big thing for
Mad Chad to try to stay alive in this game number 1 of the best of 3. We're back to square one for the younger generation here at HANSCOMICCON. And in game number 1, Mad Chad, can you turn it around? From down. And maybe that was it, but no, the charge being not going to be let loose.
I think they're waiting for the right time, but they waited a bit more confident. They have that speed to work with, and usually Samus is just a better version of Samus in this game, but there's the to use it to zone out the competition, and I feel like Mad Chad's giving a bit too much space to even up the stakes, but this could easily be evened up in stocks too.
Such a young character. Such a young Samus. Mad Chad knows what they can do here, and they're ready to win it all with the combo. Game 2.
The Kirby, but also they're just trying to get above the Greninja and use their signature move that it seems to be that down B. And
I think for Hudson Hardy, I've never seen a Kirby play like this.
Platforms instead of just falling for their bait, but might be trying to like time them out or something too. They finally do get a stall.
At this point, Hardy holding that title against Kirby, easier said than done.
If you are Christian on the peg with what they have as an offering, I think positioning from them will
be from this Kirby could mean a second stock gone. It will be
down towards each other. That's all I need to do. Down B is it. That is the strategy for this series, and eventually it's going to work for one of them. But Kirby, say if they don't get hit too much, they'll be doing pretty decently.
And there it is. Game, set.
And that's why Ike not as popular as those other Fire.
I'm Sergeant Chester Bullard. I'm stationed at Peterson Space Force Base. I remember playing Halo 2 when that first came out in 2004, and that's pretty much what I've been playing on and off since. It's just the Halo series. I just got it for Christmas for Halo 2, but Halo Infinite came out 2 years ago, and I've just been playing it since day one. So I used to work with 2 of them, and then Mike, he is our sub. Our 4th dropped out, which our 4th I did work with as well. But the best one is probably Stevens, the Coast Guard. They're probably equal skill to us, probably equal rounds playing against. I'll shout out my wife, Taylor, and Davis. He was the one that formed this team 2 years ago.
Welcome back, everybody, to HANSCOMICCON 24 Smash Ultimate Tournament. My name is Seymour, with me, Vaudable, and we are into the second round. We just got to see quite a fun matchup between the Kirby and their counterpart, the Kirby, coming out with just some creative down smash, and that we got to saw in that game. It's a 2-0 sweep for Hudson Hardy as they move into round number 3 to play Mad Chad 64, and we are going to be moving into our next matchup as well later on. We get to take a look at the bracket, as you were kind of talking about before we went to the break. Audible, Yasuke versus Mike Resno, heading to play the winner of Game King there, who beat Channing in a 2-0 fashion. Channing, we got to see earlier, playing the King K rules. So taking on this matchup for Yasuke versus Mike Resno. Yasuke was very fun to watch early on. Didn't get to see much of their matchup earlier versus ONP, the Pokemon trainer. Didn't really last too long in that round 1 matchup. So to see Yasuke back on the stage again, excited to see what they could bring versus Mike Resno.
Yeah, very curious. I mean, we're looking to see the Roy versus a Little Mac this time, it seems like. So that'll be an interesting matchup. I mean, Little Mac, the big thing is once they're off the stage, they are donezo. But they can do a lot of damage. As I say that, though, they're changing it up a little bit, potentially. So giving us a little bit of a showcase of different characters that they can go for. But they might be locking in with the Little Mac this time. Maybe heard our commentators like, you know, I'm going to change it up for a second. But it does seem like the Little Mac is locked in and ready to go against the Roy. So that's going to be a very interesting matchup, because Little Mac, once they do get their KO locked in, they can do some massive damage and get a knockout themselves. But the Roy, again, so much utility that they can work with and so many different powerful moves. They just need to work on their pacing. That's going to be the big thing to look out here.
Yeah, so Little Mac, quick as ever, packs quite the punch. Eventually, as you see the meter just above the icon, get pushed all the way into KO chances there, and Yasuke coming out with some early damage against, struggling to actually keep up with this one. A couple jumps in, looking for their chance to drop on down, but Renzo on this Little Mac, looking to be quite a difficult target so far. Finally a break for Yasuke.
Huge one there for Yasuke to get some good damage on them, but the recovery from Mike Resno, doing everything necessary to get back onto the stage. They were hoping, talking about Yasuke, to get that KO easily. They do send them flying, but they are able to get back for a second. Not this time, though. As I talked about, the goal against this kind of a character in Little Mac, send them flying off the stage far enough and you get the win.
Yeah, Renzo coming out strong on Little Mac, reading them like a book so far on where to meet Yasuke in these fights. Lots of pressure off stage. High percentage for Yasuke as right now, I mean, this is proving to be quite the matchup. Finally, Renzo going to take that stock down. Even us up. KO at the ready. Can Renzo go back-to-back early on with low percentage on Yasuke?
Definitely a possibility. We'll see if they can get the connection. Hopefully they don't waste it, though. They do have the grab. They go for the up air, too, but they weren't really having the connection that they were wanting that time. A great change-up, too, from the Little Mac this time, but they are sent flying, and they can't really use the KO as they were hoping for. So instead, they do get a bit of a counter there for the parry, and they are able to send them flying for a second, but they have such high percentage that they got to worry a little bit here, because the Roy has some good movement options, and they do really just need one good attack to send them hacking off the stage, and I'm liking the positioning so far from Yasuke.
I really love Smash Ultimate. I love Smash in general for the fact that, you know, right now we're literally just watching a seasoned sword character from Fire Emblem just play against a boxer. Yeah. Little Mac
getting a bit scrappy.
Just looking to scrap on stage, and that's what we love about Little Mac. And so far, so good for both of these characters, surviving at high percentage. You see Little Mac and Renzo going to throw Yasuke off stage. Good recovery back in. Has to dodge around, but Renzo going to lose their second stock. Yasuke now looking for an advantage.
I feel like it would have been better for Resna to like push the advantage there once they get the respawn and those invincibility frames, because they knew they couldn't do anything, but they don't really need to worry about that. Now it's even 0%, one stock apiece between both these two players. Anybody's game at this point in time, and good combo against Sujin, or Yasuke, excuse me, that time, and I'm liking the looks from both these players and really just don't know who's going to come out on top in game one.
This is so back and forth. Both of these players can take over at any moment, as you see Yasuke hunting nice up airs just to chip down, bleed out this Little Mac to counter. Side B does land there. Well, respect going to be shown now in the full charge. That's
nice.
Game. Little Mac takes game one in this best of three. Mike Renzo on the celebratory stage.
What a win, too. Baited out the attack from Yasuke and made sure that they had the right move in their arsenal to take them down. So a good look for them to make sure that they can squash the competition in that first game, but I could easily see this one going to 3C more with how back and forth this has been.
Yeah, I mean, you and I both. I think we had the same feeling back in our first game in the second round that this has the making to go the distance, but Mike Renzo, in that moment, losing out on that second stock so early on, able to immediately kind of bounce back off those invincibility stocks and take the Yasuke down to their last stock. You can see that, you know, no matter what, for both of these players, they are literally playing with just micro changes within their play style. And I think, you know, to say that this has the distance to go to game three, we have to say that for sure. But for Mike Renzo, I'm sure they want to end it in two. We get the Palutena switch for Yasuke. We saw this in their round one matchup. We know the Yasuke has opportunity with the Palutena as well.
Yeah, we'll have to see what Yasuke can do this time to change things up with the Palutena, as we were talking about. But the combo play from Mike Renzo is looking so strong against their opponent that there hasn't really been too much they can do so far. I mean, they got some early damage, but KO meter is almost up and full. Trying to go for the counters here too. There's the meter currently, and they're just looking for a good finish against this Palutena. And this has been a struggle for them. We haven't seen any projectile usage from the Palutena. We finally did see some, but that was a really easy stock. I hate to say it against their opponent, but hopefully things can change up here for the Palutena.
KO is going to be taken away, as you do see Yasuke looking for an immediate answer to losing that stock. Little Mac off stage. The projectile out for the combo. DI is going to get Renzo back to the stage, safe and sound. Holding on to the stock with dear life. Renzo barely keeping control of this one, but again, another recovery. Dodges out on the projectile, down close encounters with the Palutena, and this is a lot of damage that Yasuke is taking on their second stock, something that you don't want to see, but before it gets too dangerous, Yasuke is going to clean up that stock from Renzo.
Great look so far from Yasuke to change things up a bit and even things out in the second game of the best of three, but even then, positioning seems to be king for Renzo, the way that they are performing and working their magic on the stage. And you have to be really good on the stage and with your positioning as a Little Mac player, because you know as soon as you're off the stage, you're out of the competition, and really have to have your footwork be necessary for your victory. And as we see, as soon as they're sent flying, there's not too much they can do.
I think that's where the Palutena is going to come in handy for Yasuke. You know, this Little Mac matchup is very niche for a lot of players. You don't normally see the Little Mac get used by normally anybody. It's usually down to people who know the character inside and out is when you see Little Mac get picked in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. So Renzo has been flexing that knowledge, but at the same time, Yasuke knows the proper matchup in this Palutena a little bit better for it as well, and that is what we have seen. So staying alive on the second stock all the way up to 140%. You know, one good hit's going to bring it down to size, but 53, now 70. This is where Yasuke can look to take game number two.
Whew. Got the KO meter, but there is going to be the projectiles we were talking about, and they will take game number two for that. I feel like that is the main reason why they picked up this Palutena, to take them down a peg in that fashion to make it difficult for them to do anything.
And, I mean, you highlighted it back into that second stock, the projectiles that we didn't get to see much from Yasuke right off the bat from the Palutena, finally coming into fruition in both the second stock and the third stock for Mike Renzo. And as soon as that Little Mac is thrown off stage, whether it's, you know, far enough or it's not far enough, you can immediately see that Yasuke takes their spacing and starts to use those projectiles to kind of meet them in the air, stop them from that recovery, and that's what's going to put the game away in a little bit of an anticlimactic fashion, but it takes us to game number 3, Vaudable, and that's what we were looking for both of these players. And Mike Renzo's going to swap over to the Ness. This is an interesting one.
It is very interesting. I mean, Mike Renzo doing everything that they can to take down their competition here in this matchup. They looked so strong in that first game. The second one wasn't too bad, honestly. It's just once they got off the stage, there wasn't much they can do. And I mean, this kind of a character too, the Nets, they're also hard to recover with unless you really know the trick for it. So I'm curious to see what'll happen once they get off the stage and trying to get back onto it.
Yeah.
They're a little bit farther away, how proficient they are when it comes to those recoveries.
It's just, it comes down to, do you know the character? If you're Renzo, and so far it's been fantastic, trying to edge guard there with the PK Lightning, and instead the recovery from Yasuke is there, met by Renzo. Center stage, first stock on for the Palutena.
What a stock that was as well. Quick and easy from the Ness player. You don't really see too many Ness players too, so I like the change up. Trying to see if that will be enough to catch their opponent off guard, and they got a lot of different utility options they can use themselves. I mean, they have the baseball bat, they have the PK fire, they have the PK lightning, and every other option that they can go for. Sometimes PK freeze, but I haven't really seen that as successful as some other options.
The PK fire is fantastic for Ness, and lightning, I mean, does most of the heavy lifting for you, but for Renzo in this third stock, it's just holding on with, again, fantastic DI. Little Mac didn't really get to use that DI as well as Ness will, but it brings Palutena up to near 100% before losing that first stock. So Mike Renzo literally setting themselves up for success in that first stock.
Now let's see what they can do to close things out here. Get some good damage. PK Lightning, not really enough to connect, but as you mentioned, a great dodge from Palutena. Palutena's got some good mobility options themselves, so I'm liking how they're using these platforms to get some percentage against their opponent and take them down a peg as best as possible, but still, neutral air comes out, and they will be taken down with the back air. Nice look there from Ness, but will it be enough for them to hold on to the stock and get the victory in the end?
Okay, here off stage, can we get the projectiles from Palutena to even us up without taking any damage? So far, the movement is good from Yasuke, and a couple combos in the air. Projectile's not going to land, but the dash attack keeps this one in play. Renzo's going to recover, but into the hands of Yasuke, struggling to take this second star. PK Fire is going to give him space. Lightning gets him back on, but again, Yasuke continuing to draw things out as long as they can. Stock number 2's gone. This is all the way down to the wire.
Final stock apiece between both of these players. I'm liking the movements here, though, from the Ness, making it difficult for their opponent to really do anything, using the yo-yo to get some coverage, at least for a second, to try and hold down the neutral zone, but it's not enough just yet. Down B, trying desperately to take out their opponents and see what they can do. PK Fire as well. Good air dodge, again, just to keep the positioning really about themselves where they need to be against their opponent. But no, the PK Lightning at the wrong time. Maybe we're looking for a different option, but unlike these moves from Yasuke, they might be able to get this win about themselves.
Yeah, 105% for the Ness. Yasuke has completely turned things around after losing the first stock, and there it is! Yasuke from behind, absolutely clutching up with the Palutena. Taking down the Ness in 3 there. Mike Renzo, I mean, valiant effort across the Little Mac and the Ness swap, but in the end, just not able to get it done.
Nothing they could really do at the end there. It seemed like they were being out-positioned, boxed out a couple of times, and I feel like they would have been better off with the Little Mac on how they were performing before. But Palutena, I feel like once Yasuke got warmed up, they were really able to get things going throughout this series, and as they switched off the Roy, things were a lot better for them. They were able to do some more damage, and really the zoning when it came to all the powerful moves of Palutena, I feel like was the victory. So I don't think Ness was necessarily the best pick that they could have had against the Palutena. Talk about Mike Renzo, excuse me, in this matchup.
Yeah, so I think for Yasuke, quite like what we saw earlier on, with the, how easy it was versus that Pokemon trainer in round number 1. We didn't really get to see the most of Yasuke, or really even, you know, ways that Yasuke can adapt. But the swap over towards Palutena, once again, just showing how much diversity that Yasuke has in their playstyle. I think, you know, for Palutena, it's just one of those characters in Smash that applies pressure not only with their projectiles, but can also fend for themselves when it comes down to these up-close battles versus Little Mac, as we saw back in game number 2. And as soon as, you know, things start going your way for Palutena, you start to see it snowball out of control. But this comeback in game 3, how about that from Yasuke? Wow. Down to their last stock so early on, and just managing to grind out against this. And Ness, we see it here, down to their last stock. Ness only on 70%. And Renzo was so good at holding on to that stock for so long, but manages to hold on to their low percentage before taking them to their last stock. And a big turnaround there inside of that last stock versus Ness.
Great look for them so far. I mean, we have some updates on the bracket as well. So Yasuke will be facing off against Game King here. Hudson Hardy versus Mad Chad in the upper bracket course. Vandal versus Soko. Soko did manage to get a 2-0 victory versus Aaron. So huge win for them to move on to that next round into the top 8. Now we'll see who else will be joining them between Microwave Sonic and Lord Heincrad. And that's going to be an interesting matchup too, because Microwave Sonic, we saw the Rob and how they were performing on that character before too, and I'm very curious on how they're going to perform as well, because I love the look from Microwave Sonic, and I'm curious on what Lord Ironclad will have against them specifically in this matchup.
Yeah, I have to say, I think Microwave Sonic back versus Duck Dillon had to be one of the most technical players that we saw, or tech-savvy players that we saw back in round 1 of the tournament. And I think, you know, seeing them again versus Lord Hydecrad, one of 3 players who went to game 3 in their round 1 matchups, it's going to be, I think, very telling in a lot of these round 2 matchups who is moving into round 3 with the advantage and who is moving into round 3 with a little bit of a disadvantage. The strengths and weaknesses are really being shown by them. And for Microwave Sonic, it's kind of, is this Rob kind of your one trick? We saw the Ridley swap into round the game number 2 of that tournament, and Ridley didn't really have too much to do. So back onto the Rob for game 1, this time playing against Zelda. Should be a manageable one for the Zelda. It just comes down to really utilizing your projectiles.
I'm so curious because, like, Zelda characters, as you mentioned, projectile management is huge, but it seems like for Heincrad specifically, a lot of it's coming down to those more powerful moves that we're seeing from them. So this might be a difficult matchup for them against the Rob specifically once they get sent off the stage. Yeah. There's not much recovery options for the Zelda. A lot of it comes down to that chain grab that they kind of go for, if they can hook onto the stage and recover that way, but they're sent too far away from it, don't really have much momentum. There's no way for them to get back.
A little bit of a forehead moment for myself, you know, saying Zelda instead of Link.
Oh, you got me there too, actually.
That is a day one noob thing to say when it comes down to video games.
Oh,
and
gosh.
I'm sure anybody who maybe caught that from you and I probably balding listening to it, but
yes, Link, not
Link,
Zelda.
Yeah.
Link from the game Zelda. It's been a long day of Smash Ultimate, everyone. That's all it is.
Oh, yeah. Well, and so far through this matchup, it's just so far so good from the Rob. Finally, the Link going to take that first stock away from it, but Heincrad already down to only 1 stock left, so it's going to have to be near flawless Smash coming out from Lord Heincrad.
Yeah, we'll have to see what's going on here, but it looks like Microwave Sonic able to really maintain control of the stage for the most part, and not too much that we can do here for Lord Heincrad. And again, they just need to stay in the center of the stage. I feel like that's where they would be better served, but the perfect block into the throw off the stage, and they were hoping for more trajectory off the stage, talking about Microwave Sonic to try and end this game against Lord Heincrad, but still not much recovery options there.
Game number 1. I mean, who would have guessed it? The Rob takes it. Definitely tough matchup for Lord Heincrad bringing out this Link, but in game number 1 for this Rob, I think that we just got to see exactly what makes Rob such a deadly character when it comes down to your top. They're giving you lots of spacing. When it comes down to that up B, just continuously just drawing out so much damage. And then when push comes to shove, when Link really needs to get close, you can't, because Rob has such a good get off me with the spin that Link really can't battle when it gets up close and personal.
Well, as we say that, though, Microwave Sonic struggling here for a moment, taking some early percentage, and Lord Heincrad really taking advantage of the opening seconds where Microwave Sonic maybe wasn't as prepared for the start of Game 2, and that would be the perfect time for Lord Heincrad and Link to really connect with each other and take down their opponent, do the best possible that they can in this series, but the pacing, the positioning, what we've seen, the bread and butter combos from Microwave Sonic, I mean, this is another day at the office for Rob.
I mean, the down grab into the up B, and that basically does most of the damage to Heincrad, and not able to recover back to the stage is going to be the first stock gone. Rob, not going to give one over off of that mistake. Haven't been seeing too many homie stocks today. This is just strictly business for a lot of these players showing up to HANSCOMICCON 24. So, Rob, back into that advantage when it comes down to stocks, but for Link, using these projectiles, the arrows doing just chip damage away from this Rob, hoping to get them to a high percentage somewhere where you can finish the stock early on. Nice there to take the stock, limiting the damage done from the Rob, but using that invincibility off the respawn there, a little bit more damage towards the Link.
Just gotta be careful off that stage, but once they're on the stage and feeling confident with the combos that they're going for, Heincrad's feeling really good with the flow of the game, but once they're in the air, it's really hard to contest against Rob. I mean, I feel like if they went for a down B when they're in the air, might be a better way to get to the stage quickly against them. The perfect block's coming out so many times. I feel like whenever I see a perfect block, that's just like someone just feeling really confident when they're playing Smash Ultimate.
Just hearing the perfect block alone.
Oh, yeah.
It gives you that sense of dope that not a lot of things can give you. But we do see there again the up B from the Rob, able to finish the second stock from Heincrad. Limited damage done as well, only 53% into the second stock here of the Rob. So still Lord Heincrad gonna have to look for something special here in their last stock of this potential last game against Microwave Sonic. We do see the projectile going to force him in towards the air, looking to finish this one here, and now is Microwave Sonic. And they really have a chance to do this, as they are not allowing Lord Heincrad to land anything whatsoever close towards the top of the stage, but EI's going to get Lord Heincrad back into it.
Okay.
We are down to one stock each, 71% though for this Link. Can they get done what seems impossible?
Just gotta stay out of the air is basically what it's coming down to for Lord Heincrad, and that's been a struggle for them because so many of the moves from Rob send them flying high and dry, and there's not much they can do. We do see some combo options here specifically, but it's not working out well enough for Lord Heincrad, as they will fall, and it will be Microwave Sonic taking this victory in this series.
That is an anticlimactic finish for Lord Heincrad, falling off the stage. But
I know
it's just one of those things that we've noticed being one of the weaknesses for Lord Heincrad is, as you've said many times, being in the air. As soon as it's off stage, the recovery for this Link, I mean, it's possible, but it's not the best there. And Lord Heincrad just didn't seem like they had it perfected to their best case scenario for Rob. I mean, it's just another day in the park when you're trying to get back on a stage. Not too difficult for Microwave Sonic in their round 2 matchup versus Lord Heincrad as a 2-0 to move forward against Wargasm 92 in the round 3 matches. And that's all said and done for our round 2 matchups. We have our round 3 set in stone. Mad Chad versus Hudson Hardy, Game King versus Yasuke, Vandal versus Shoko, Wargasm versus Microwave Sonic. We are down to our top 8 players.
It's going to be crazy to see some of those matchups. We haven't seen Game King, we haven't seen Vando, we haven't seen Wargasm yet. So I'm assuming Mad Chad versus Hudson Hardy, probably Mad Chad getting the advantage there based on the play we've seen so far. Yasuke, I mean, they have the wherewithal when they're down to the wire, backs against the wall, to come forward and get a victory. So that's where Game King's got to look out for. Shoko, we saw how strong they were against MDS, and I feel like they're a top contender here. And if Vandal's looking good, that's going to be a great matchup. And Wargasm, Microwave Sonic, that's also another great one. All 4 of those matchups we have coming up are going to be pretty awesome. But we'll be heading to a quick break. There'll be an announcement in the venue, so we'll see you after this. To get that KO easily, do send them flying, but they are able to get back for a second. Not this time, though. As I talked about, the goal.
High percentage for Yasuke as Hey, now this is proving to be quite. You see Lil Mac and Renzo going to throw Yasuke off stage. Good recovery back in. Has to dodge around, but Renzo going to lose.
They like push the advantage there once they get the respawn and those invincibility frames because they knew they couldn't do anything. But
Side B does land there. The respect going to be shown now in the full charge. That's game.
And this has been a struggle for them. We haven't seen any projectile usage from the Palatino. We finally did see some, but that was
a lot of damage that Yasuke is taking on their second stock, something that you don't want to see, but so staying alive on the second stock all the way up to 140%. You know, one good hit's going to bring it in. This is where Yasuke can look to take game number 2.
Got the KO meter, but there is going to be the projectiles we were talking about, and they will take gain on those recoveries.
It's just, it comes down to, do you know the character? If you're Renzo, and so far it's been fantastic. Trying to edge guard there with PK Lightning, and just holding on with, again, fantastic DI. Little Mac didn't really get to use that DI and
them down to peg as best as possible, but still, neutral air comes out, and they will be taken down.
PK Fire's going to give him space. Lightning gets him back on, but again, Yasuke continuing to drop things out as long as they can. 5% for the Ness. Yasuke has completely turned things around after losing the first stock, and there it is. Yeah,
it's coming down to those more powerful moves that we're seeing from them. So this might be a difficult matchup for them against the Rob specifically once they get sent off the stage. There's not much recovery options.
A day one noob thing to say when it comes down to video games. And I'm sure anybody who maybe caught that from you and I probably balding. Oh yeah. Well, and so far through this matchup, it's just so far so good from the Raw. Finally the
stage, and they were hoping for more trajectory off the stage, talking about Microwave Sonic to try and end this game against Lord Heincrad, but still not much recovery options there from Microwave Sonic. I mean, this is another day at the office for Rob.
I mean, the down grab into the up B, and that basically does most of the damage to Heincrad. Rob hoping to get them to a high percentage somewhere where you can finish the stock early on. Nice there to take alone.
Oh yeah.
It gives you that sense of dope that not a lot of things can give you, but close towards the top of the stage, but the eyes can get Lord Heincrad back into it.
Okay. You see some combo options here specifically, but it's not working out well enough for Lord Heincrad as they will fall, and it will be Microwave Sonic to get that KO easily. You do send them flying, but they are able to get back for a second. Not this time, though. As I talked about, the goal.
High percentage for Yasuke as, hey, now. Welcome back, everybody, to the broadcast. We got round 3 matches ready to go here for Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, and it has been such a treat seeing these players blossom across all of these rounds. Vaudable, I mean, round 1, you definitely started to see these players kind of figuring it out, starting to work their way in towards the games, but round number 2, that's where everybody's sharpening their skills. And now that we're done both of these rounds, round number 3 should be where we separate some of the best from this top 8. And we're going to be starting off with the top side, Mad Chad versus Hudson Hardy for our first game. Mad Chad, you know, one of the more technical players that we have seen with some of these characters. Very deep pool of characters here in Smash to play. Hudson Hardy, I want to call Hudson a little bit of a one-trick here, but the way that Hudson Hardy was playing Kirby was not only creative, but something I hope to see more of.
And we'll definitely see more of that as we get into this one. See more. Mad Chad versus Hudson Hardy in this game. Ike versus Kirby, and that is what I was thinking of. The up E that you have for this character. Very effective against Kirby, especially once they are out of their down B.
Early on, Hudson again going in for these down Bs, but struggling against the Aether. I mean, this is something where the Ike is just going to be able to hunt down Kirby. Every single time you're above the Ike, you are in danger of this style of play that we saw Mad Chad abuse back in our round number 1 matchups. And again, I mean, for the Kirby, it's all fun and games when it's working in your favor, but for the Ike match, we need to see something change.
Ooh, I like how they're using it, though, in the middle of the stage in the neutral zone. Not really too much that the Ike can do in those positions, so maybe that'd be a better spot for the Kirby to utilize their down B against this Mad Chad player. Woo. There we go.
Yeah, back in towards the air. I think for Mad Chad, holding on to these 3 stocks as long as you can, it might be proving difficult, but if this is going to be the way that you play throughout this series, might be seeing Hudson Hardy make a little bit of a change early on into our second game of the day. Going for that down B, lovely out of Mad Chad to just get off the stage and recover and allow that space for you to dodge these abilities from Hudson Hardy, who just cannot seem to land one of these down Bs whatsoever. And as soon as you do, you are in the danger zone of this Sword of Ike.
Craziness happening between these two players, and Kirby doing everything that they can to try and take down Mad Chad as the Ike. But even with this, there hasn't been too many options for the Ike to survive as soon as the damage comes out. But as I say that, quick comeback after the respawn for the way that they are performing against their opponent. And this is actually smart to try and use the counter, but they just realize, oh, it doesn't actually do anything when we do have the down B from the Kirby. So this is more of like a nuisance game that Hudson Hardy is playing against Mad Chad. They just have to deal with and figure out ways to counter without getting upset.
Okay, so here we go. Hudson now looking to fight up close, baits Mad Chad into the air, and that's where the down B starts. A little bit of a combo here, juggling this Ike up and towards the air. Recovery from Mad Chad is now going to turn these tables. And I think Mad Chad was looking to get a little fancy off the stage once again, but this time not able to recover.
Insane. One stock apiece between both these players. We are seeing Mad Chad be a bit mad in this matchup, doing everything that they can to take out the Kirby. We know that they can get to such a high percentage, and it's a difficult spot to be in when your opponent against a Kirby, because how floaty, how good their recovery is, and if they have good enough DI, they can survive for a while. But Mad Chad going a bit too early on that up B, but also a bit too early on the down B for their opponent to try and connect with them. It's just a battle of playing chicken and who's going to fall for it first.
Yeah, it's dodging this Kirby as best as you can if you're Mad Chad, but it looks like Hudson, a high percentage, is in the danger zone for the Sword Slash, and Mad Chad's going to take game number 1. The recipe all successful here for the swordsman of Mad Chad, as Hudson comes in again for the idea that you're just going to be able to down B your way into the next round, into the semifinals. But Vaudable, we got a different story here. So heading into our second game, I think for Hudson, it's going to be very apparent that this is something that needs to change for the Kirby, something that has to adapt around the Swords player. But that's where I was going. I don't expect it to change, but if it's not going to change, I don't expect it to win.
Exactly. If they keep doing the same thing, and it was working before, but it's not working against this player, you got to change it up. But if it is what you're used to, it's what you're most comfortable with, just get a bit cleaner with the timings that they are choosing for. But they're changing it up to King DDD. Okay, I'm curious to see what they go for here. And the down Bs are pretty powerful for King DDD, but also there's so many different options that you can go for with this character.
Yeah, it's not, I'd say, one of the best characters, but again, it's just down to what we saw in the Ganondorf earlier, that if you know how to use the King DD, it's possible to win out. But you're still kind of in the same general area of this Mad Chad Ike pick, just punishing and abusing this Aether ability that just countlessly catches you in the air when you're above them. And Hudson Harry, it's like the Kirby. You're in a similar situation where you can see that this King DDD still wants to float above the Ike, and that is just such a dangerous playstyle to have.
That it really is, being above your competition in that fashion when there's these kind of platforms and this availability for a sword character to really utilize their different movesets against you. It's a difficult spot to be in, and I feel like some grabs, maybe being able to absorb the opponent and take them down a peg that way would be the best fashion for them to do anything against them. But Mad Chad really looking strong in this matchup that we were thinking they would be against Hudson Hardy so far.
Well, full recovery here for King DDD, but Mad Chad able to adapt to it again for the Aether, knocking the DDD off the stage, and it just doesn't look like it's possible to recover from this. Down to their last stock, and that's it. Hudson's going to concede the game to Mad Chad. Ike moves on in a 2-0 sweep.
What a victory that was for Mad Chad here. First player to make it into the semifinals of the tournament. So close to getting into that top 3 that we were talking about for the prizing. I'm sure our third place match will be taken down in the off end of things, as this is single elimination. But nonetheless, though, winner of Game King and Yasuke has Mad Chad to look out for in this next series.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. So what we're going to have the opportunity of here in our third round of matches is continuing to keep the ball rolling from series to series. So we're going to get a chance to see every single matchup here in round 3 of our quarterfinals before kind of weeding things out into our semis. But throughout this match versus Hudson and Mad Chad that we can kind of take a look back at, you know, there was some really good things coming out of this Kirby. I didn't hate the Kirby pick from Hudson. Harry, you saw that, you know, as the series kind of went on, Hudson was just continuing to bait this Ike into situations where the Kirby had, you know, a chance to play. But in the small moments where Hudson would make those mistakes, and you saw that Ike was very punishable whenever those mistakes did arise, it's just the Kirby was at a disadvantage. And then heading into the second game with the swap to King DDD, you know, I'm just not a big fan of this swap to make against a player like Ike, a character like that. Mad Chad just had the game in his hands after that game 1 was finished, heading into game number 2, and that's going to be just a fantastic showcase from Mad Chad of, you know, a very powerful player heading into our semifinals.
Not as confident as they were hoping to be on that second pick that we saw from them, but our next semifinal quarterfinal that we have is Game King facing off against Yasuke. So we'll see what's going on between these two players on who's going to come out on top. I mean, Yasuke, we've seen how confident they were before and the way that they have showcased their skill in the previous matchups. And now we'll see what the exact ones are going to be for this next one. But Yasuke, I mean, they've looked so good before on their different characters that they have chosen. Game King, we haven't seen just yet. So I'm curious, I mean, what are you hoping for out of characters we haven't seen so far?
I mean, I haven't seen a Sephiroth yet. I think that's true. You know, a lot of people have kind of figured out the best ways to use the Sephiroth, and I think that, you know, Sephiroth has been kind of leading into a very strong sword character. Yes, very slow, but very high damaging, and, you know, very good for when it comes down to spacing against characters who are fast, especially when it comes down to that counter. But on top of that, I mean, you know, thankfully we haven't seen a Sieve, but I'm surprised we haven't seen a...
Don't say that. Don't say that. We're going to see one now that you mentioned it.
I'm surprised we haven't seen a Pyramithra, to be honest. I think that it's such a strong character in Smash Ultimate. I think that Pyramithra is just a sword character, you know, amongst all the sword characters that just stands out a bunch of the rest.
Sword characters.
Here's one of my personal favorites, Cloud, coming out from Yasuke. So big change here. You're going to be looking to see, you know, how good Yasuke can be at managing their time on this stage. So a lot of it's going to come down to charging up that limit bar, and so that you can start to get some high input damage off of your special attacks. So it's really good to be down to Yasuke spacing out the Samus, using that time when Samus is trying to get these projectiles going and getting that limit bar up.
Oof. Speaking of that, though, they've taken so much damage that the limit bar is just naturally progressing to a fashion that they can use it. They are managing to get some damage from it, but it didn't really send Samus to hacking. I feel like they used it maybe a bit too early, but also they kind of had to use it to give themselves some space to work with on the stage.
You see that? Good read from Yasuke to avoid the charge to be in. Not going to go for the limit bar just yet. Waiting to edge guard. And the up smash is going to continue to just juggle this Samus in the air. Game King had a fantastic start to this matchup versus the Cloud, but it seems like Yasuke is starting to get things ready. Good juggle there. Charge B not going to be used. Limit bar is full, so you got to be careful to be knocked off right now because it is KO distance for the Cloud.
Cloud's got some heavy damage on them as well, and if there could be a good charge attack against them, that might be enough to send them packing, but you know that they are waiting patiently for that. And this is interesting. This is the second Samus we have seen today, actually, and I'm curious how far they'll be able to make it in the bracket. Samus seeming to be a very popular character amongst the crowd participating today specifically, but still, Yasuke doing all that they can to stay on the stage, stay alive with how much percentage they are at currently, trying to build up that lead even more so, but they can't even get close to this Samus.
We saw the matchup versus Samus earlier on. I'm trying to remember who brought it out in the first place. But I'm sure that'll come back to me soon. One thing here for Game King to kind of watch out for, as you know, Yasuke is just so high up there when it comes down to the percent, is getting this Cloud off the stage is your best bet. And we need to see what we saw out of the Samuses earlier on in the day, in those early rounds. I'd like to see Game King try to reach for those grabs. If you can grab this Cloud and start to get him off stage, the recovery for Cloud is not the easiest to utilize, but they're not going to have to get them off stage. Going to bring this down to 2 stocks to 1. But again, Game King, got to look for those grabs.
We'll see if they can get them as well, but at 100% with 1 stock left, you might have to just change things up in the next game. With the way the pace has been set by Yasuke with this Cloud and how confident they are, sending them downwards, nothing they can do, the spike coming through, and that was a confident victory for Yasuke.
Oh yeah, showing what Cloud can be made of in game 1 of this best of 3. I don't want to say a near flawless game, because there were some mistakes to be shown there. You know, Game King was utilizing the Samus really good, especially earlier on in that matchup. But as the matchup went on, and Yasuke, one of those players that, you know, across this bracket we have learned only gets better as the matchup continues. Yasuke caught on to the Samus really quickly, and for the Cloud, a very high damage glass cannon type character. As soon as that limit bar was up, there's really nothing you can do if you're Game King, because the juggle factor of this Cloud was just utilized fantastic by Yasuke.
Yeah, and V vs. Iago was the other Samus that we saw before, and they seem to have a bit better grasp of the pacing that you needed to when you're trying to go for the charge burst. But now we see a Wolf coming out. I mean, if it ain't broke, you don't need to fix it, but I mean, maybe they're just trying all the different characters they could showcase for us depending on the matchup. And
this is good.
Wolf being hovered before this matchup happened. So I'm curious if this is who they wanted to play with originally, but then they were like, okay, I don't know the skill of my opponent. I didn't get a chance to watch their matchup because I was playing mine. So they're like, let's go with not the easier pick, but kind of the easier pick in Cloud. And then Wolf, you know, there's not too many Wolf players out there, so this might be just their favorite pick.
It might be their favorite pick. A lot of people tend to do that when it comes down to the Wolf. Very high damage, very fast. It's almost like the better Greninja pick in that sense of agility on top of having that damage to back it up. And for, you know, Yasuke, who off the start here is just playing unreal with the Wolf, already, you know, bringing Game King up to near 200% or of this damage. One good hit of this Wolf is going to take this first stock, and I think Game King, he knows this one, and you see the DI is going to keep it alive, but the turnaround, you got to be careful there. That is just amazing from Game King to get back over towards the stage, but Yasuke going to get rid of that first stock nonetheless.
Huge first stock grab for Yasuke as well, but Wolf being quickly potentially dealt with. If they could keep them off the stage, the grab does come out, and that was the biggest difference between Game King and V vs. Iago that we saw before. The grabs were so effective from V vs. Iago. Game King really hasn't been able to connect as much as they would want to on these. They've been stuck in the air a lot of times with this matchup against Wolf, and they've been struggling to find their footing on these platforms, using some of those smash attacks maybe a bit too preemptively against their opponent, and they just need to work on their footwork, and that'll be a little bit better. But that was a good, powerful move to at least get that stock taken care of.
That's the first time we've seen really Game King tie things up in this series. Still down by quite a bit, but at least that's something to go off of, something to latch onto here. If you're Game King, you know that this Wolf is beatable. Going for the grab, not able to throw it up in the air, not able to get anything going. There's the up grab, but instead not able to make anything out of this one, like we saw from earlier on in the Samuses for this stream. Wolf in full control of this series, now looking for the second stock of Game King.
See who gets that second stock first, but definitely looks like it's more favored for Yasuke, especially with the positioning we're seeing from them so far. But even then, projectiles working out pretty decently. It's the first time we've really seen that barrier you put up so that they could try and reflect things a bit, but the recovery not as strong on Wolf as it is on Samus that we've seen so far. And there we go. The second stock is taken by Game King, but with 185%, I don't think they're going to last too much longer. Great DI, though, but we'll see how much they could do with it. They tried to charge up. I mean, that's the last-ditch effort you could go for, but it wasn't enough.
No, not at all. One stock each, and here's a chance for Game King to prolong this series into a game number 3. So let's see what the Samus can put together, as it is down to the wire between these two characters. Wolf, they're going to get that advantage back right away, chipping and bleeding away at the percentage of Game King. And again, here's just the aerial advantage that Wolf is having, continuing to juggle the Samus in the air. A break, looking for the charge B, but not able to get it off. Wolf interrupts it, and this is the danger zone for Game King. Game match on the line.
Man, Yasuke really needs to be patient on these challenges, stick with the platforms, but no, they use the reflection on the charge shot to send them away. I was waiting for that to happen. Nobody's been using that to their capabilities so far, but Yasuke waited for the perfect time, probably baited them into thinking they weren't going to use it, and now we see it.
Oh my goodness, that was incredible from Yasuke. 2-0 sweep in the game versus Game King Vaudeville, and it finishes with an absolute bait play on the map. I think for the Wolf, it just looked like it was unstoppable. Yasuke comes out so hot in that second game. But in game number 1, too, on top of everything, you just see the adaptations of this player. Second to none so far of what we have seen across the board. For our Smash Ultimate Day here, Vaudeville. And I think Yasuke is just one of those players that just continues to prove how deep their pool of characters can be and their potential when it comes down to coming back in the series.
Just what an amazing victory that was, too, for Yasuke. I mean, very close between the two, tried desperately to do what they could for the last one. We're looking at the replays of the previous series here, too, but still, I mean, Yasuke proving that they have the might to move forward. That matchup versus Mad Chad in the semifinal is going to be insane. Vandal Soko, that'll also be pretty solid. Wargasm unfortunately didn't show up for their matches, so it'll be Monty 3i replacing them in the bracket against Microwave Sonic, and I believe that might be our next matchup that'll be coming up. But as we see the replays here, Yasuke, Game King, really solid series between both of them, but unfortunately, no Samus has made it past the top 8.
Oh, you know, maybe you can give that over towards Mad Chad, because Mad Chad did bring out the Zero Suit Samus in that one game. Yeah, that's true. But anybody who starts with Samus has not made it past with Samus so far. Yep. So definitely right there. But again, for Yasuke, I just kind of want to bring this back as we're looking at this replays. The start of Wolf, that we saw, we saw him hovering the Wolf in that game number 1, ended up taking the cloud. And by all means, Yasuke with these sword characters looks incredible, but the swap to Wolf, and you said it might just be like a favored pick from Yasuke. Yeah, that looks like a favored pick from Yasuke. He didn't look like he could do anything wrong in the counter to finish it out. Just knowing the character inside and out for that matchup, you see that Yasuke really has an edge up versus a lot of these players in their matchups. So moving on to round number 4 of the semifinals, Mad Chad versus Yasuke is going to be a really fun one that I'm sure you and I are going to look forward to. But before we get to the semifinals, we have to figure out our second semifinalist. So Vandal versus Shoko up and next. Shoko, we saw earlier on, one of a couple members to take to game number 3 versus MDS. The Ganondorf from Shoko was crazy back into game 3. But this time, it looks like Vandal hovering over the Pikachu. We have yet to see Vandal play, so maybe Vandal has something up their sleeve as well.
I'm so curious if this Pikachu comes out, because we've gotten almost all of the Pokemon characters you can play, other than Incineroar and Mewtwo, but Incineroar, I'm a fan of. Mewtwo, we haven't really seen much at all. Oh, and Jigglypuff. I did forget about Jigglypuff, but most players don't play Jigglypuff. The last time they were decent was Melee. That's been a while because of 100 Degree Box, and that's about it. So we'll see how this matchup goes. I mean, a very light character versus a very heavy character. If Pikachu can get Ganondorf off the stage, it would be huge, but also Ganondorf's just power would be huge if they can stay on the stage.
And one thing for Shoko that we do know with this Ganondorf pick is that Shoko is really good at staying on the stage. Going for these grabs, but very keen and also trying to go for these heavy hits. We see 2 double blocks there from Shoko, getting back into the comfort zone, looking for the grab, but instead it's the back air, or sorry, the back jab from Shoko to push Pikachu away. Right now, Vandal doing a fantastic job, at least keeping this percentage even, not having to allow this Ganondorf to take too many heavy shots, but you don't see really anything from this Pikachu going their way. The dash back towards the stage, and Shoko okay to just catch this Pikachu instead of backing.
Vandal, I mean, there's so many things that they can work on against Soko with this matchup specifically, but a lot of it's going to come down to using that Pikachu just bread and butter when it comes to the combos, but also using the Thunder Strikes, seeing if you can get them into a combo that way, do some massive damage, and we haven't really seen any options from them so far. Well, as I say that, they pull one out, but a little bit too soon before they can edge guard that way and somehow able to win out that matchup there.
I always think it's funny when I see a Pikachu grab a Ganondorf and throw him. It's just, it's so silly. It's exactly what you need to see for a player like Vandal, though, for trying to toss this Ganondorf off stage and go for those edge guards like you do see the dash attack, another dash attack from Vandal, and has to be careful not to give up this last stock for free, but choosing their battles properly, it sent them in towards the air. Nice up air for the Pikachu again, goes for it. The Thunder Shock going to be dodged, and now Shoko going to be in a little bit of a trouble. The edge guard's gonna be on for for Vandal, and that is gonna be Ganondorf playing their cards right, very patient, getting back onto the stage.
Liking the patience here, taking their time, but oh no, the shield break, and that's going to be it for game number 1 for Shoko against Vandal. The Ganondorf strength and vitality that they have, that you have seen time and time again, even when they get sent off the stage, not too much they have to worry about once they're able to just get a simple combo going and so much damage against a character like Pikachu. If you're not able to zone them out and keep things moving as quickly as you can and just chip away at Ganondorf's health, it's a very tough matchup here, I would say, for Vandal specifically.
And it's kind of one of those things that even the Pikachu, wasn't doing a terrible job against the Ganondorf. True. It's just the case is that when you're trying to get Ganondorf off stage, Pikachu isn't the character to do that. I mean, there's only so much that Pikachu can do when it comes down to sending someone flying. And I do expect Vandal to swap it up. The Inkling! It has been a while since I've seen one of the Inklings from Splatoon actually get picked in Smash Ultimate, but you can see if this is going to be a little bit better versus the Ganondorf, and already Vandal, I don't know if that was on purpose.
It was a mistake.
It was definitely a misinput for Shoko, but that's going to be a first stock gone. And I think, Vandal, after losing that first game the way that they did, they'll take that.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how this will go for Shoko after being down a stock already against Vandal on the Inkling, who seems to be a bit more confident than what we saw on the Pikachu. So I like this pick for them. A lot of it will come down to like that ink meter management that only builds up kind of over time. So see what they can do against their opponent in this way. Once they run out of ink, though, they run out of really many options that they can use. And as you see, no ink. It's going to be very difficult for them to really do anything against them until they can get that back up. So we'll see if there is a counter to that. But Captain Falcon with Shoko feeling a little bit more confident than they were after they dropped that first stock. And I'll see if there's any chance for Vandal to do anything against them.
Nice little block for the Inkling. The throw off, and this Captain Falcon has to go for the recover right away. Falcon kick, and that's going to change this up. Falcon punch is going to be dodged a little bit too early for the edge guard, but this Inkling really high in the percentage for this first stock. At the same time, just holding on for dear life. Is there a fantastic movement style right now against this Captain Falcon is keeping Shoko at arm's reach.
I always love when they go and just paint the stage like that.
Yeah.
It's always so funny to see, and then they can do anything with it. But unfortunately, nothing really working out too well for Inklings so far. They are staying alive as long as they can. After that first stock did go down for Captain Falcon, they do send them off the stage and get some more ink to work with. And perfect time to do that. But with the high percentage battle between these two, it's a difficult spot to be in.
It looks like Vandal wants to. Yeah, it looks like Vandal just wants to zone out this Captain Falcon and bait them into an opportunity. And Shoko takes the bait. Trying to finish that first stock is not going to be the case. And now Shoko down to their last stock here as Captain Falcon. And Vandal is just incredible at holding on to this with the Inkling. Wow. Finally going to lose their first stock.
Took some time, but they were eventually able to do something. But the combo comes out here with the ink gun and just taking them to task. Shoko really not the best matchup they could have gone for. I feel like they would have been better served if they stuck with the Ganondorf.
Should have, could have, would have. Covered in paint. The Falcon is doing their best right now. As any moment, Vandal can unleash their wrath against this Captain Falco as they're making it difficult just to live on stage. the spacing from Vandal is going to switch things around onto the edge. Falcon is thrown off the edge guard. Will it hit? No. Instead, the recovery for Shoko to get back on. They meet, they hit, and it's going to be swap around. Shoko again in a tough spot. Gonna have a chance to recover.
I don't know if there's going to be enough in this game specifically for Shoko to really come back. I mean, they're at such a high percentage. Still 2 stocks for Inkling with Vandal at the horn, just doing everything that they can necessarily, setting up those bombs. Very similar to a Snake playstyle. Now I'm recognizing that.
Yeah.
With the grenades that you would typically see there. So like the projectile usage, but also there's just so much damage that this Inkling's been able to do and rack up. And the floatiness of them, there we go, evening it up in stocks, but percentage, I mean, we really need a different performance, and there we go. That's what I was waiting for with the painter coming out onto the stage, but not getting the final finish. Almost dangerous there with the paintbrush, the grab and throw off the stage. Now just trying to zone them out on the edge, and this is a difficult spot to be in for Shoko.
Yeah, Shoko's going to play this perfectly, going for the grab, throws him down. Trying to work around this damage, not take any hits. Up air into another up air, but no combo really that's going to force Vandal right home to their parents, and the Falcon kick going to send him off. Will it be enough to get this Inkling into a bad position? No, the grab throws off, and this could be it. Recharging the paint, setting up for the swing out of the park, but instead, it is the paint down.
That's it. Oh no, they missed!
He misses the shot, and Shoko lives to tell the tale.
Oh, this could be dangerous for Vandal, but again, they just need one good hit, and that's all it's going to take. Inkling has been able to survive so much, and the grab and throw is all they needed to clear things out and force a game 3.
I'll give it to Shoko. Playing that to the very last moment, I think for a player like Shoko that we saw back in their matchup versus MDS in round number 1, we know Shoko is good at playing their stocks. And Captain Falco, I mean, how high was that percentage before the Inkling finally got that grab and throw? And
insane.
It goes all the way up to around like 200% for that Captain Falco. You know, it's a great swap from Vandal, from the Pikachu into the Inkling. You saw the swap from Ganondorf to Captain Falcon. You know, it's something that I think Shoko thought was the right case, but quite like what we saw back in that round 1 match is that Captain Falcon just isn't the play for Shoko. So we're swapping back over towards the Ganondorf, and it's an Ike from Vandal.
An Ike coming out. Okay, I like to see the Ike representation happening in this bracket so far. Interesting pick because the Inkling was working so well, but I guess they just don't feel like Inkling would be able to do enough against Ganondorf, and I get that. It's kind of similar to the story that we saw with Pikachu, so damage versus damage, a bit more recovery on the Ike as well, and we're seeing the combo play coming out too from Vandal, so confidence really strong from Vandal here. It would be crazy if Mad Chat and Vandal face off against each other, because that'd be, what would it be, 2 different Ikes versus in the finals.
Yeah. Ike versus Ike in the grand finals would be kind of interesting, but so far, I think for this Ganondorf, the one thing that you have to kind of think about back in game number 1 is that Pikachu wasn't handled flawlessly by this Ganondorf. Pikachu was able to rack up the damage, and for a character like Ike, who can do even more damage than the Pikachu, you gotta be careful if you're Shoko to play your spacing properly, because if you let this Ike start to combo you, then you're knocked off stage even further than what the Pikachu could do. And I think for Shoko, you can already see that you understand this matchup versus Ike, and Shoko's doing a fantastic job at not allowing this Ike to send him off stage too far.
Whew. Crazy maneuvers being sent by both these players, but there we go, eventually able to even things up, at least for a moment, from the Ike towards the Ganondorf, with the powerful launch of their grab attack is making it difficult for them to do anything. We do see Ganondorf just staying so strong and so confident every time Shoko plays them. Oh my goodness, the down hit into the air, nothing they could do to really recover Ike. This is a dangerous spot for Vandal. I don't think Ike was the best pick they could have gone for.
Rolls out, Shoko with the grab, looking for the kick off the edge. This could be it for Vandal in their run for today's tournament, but able to stay alive for this last stock, and are going to have to use their percentage wisely. For the down smash, but it doesn't hit. Shoko's going to get back into the stage. Nice little block is going to allow for some more damage. The charge up doesn't break the shield, but is going to force Vandal into a situation of fight or flight.
Ooh,
the grab. This is Game called by Shoko. The grab and
savage.
kick off the edge.
Booted out of the bracket and the competition. Shoko with the victory over Vandal. But wow, what an amazing best of 3 series. Going the distance. Again, like I said, Ike, maybe not the best pick, but Ganondorf. Shoko feels so strong in this Ganondorf. Maybe that's just what they need to stick with.
I have the utmost confidence in this Ganondorf pick. I mean, how many times in that round 1 matchup did we say that Ganondorf is quite literally one of the worst characters in Smash Ultimate? However, if you can use Ganondorf properly, and in a tournament like this where, you know, not everybody's going to be flawless at the characters that they're picking, you can get away with things like a Ganondorf. And for players who, you know, maybe play this game a little bit more casually, you don't normally face a Ganondorf. So when you do find yourself in a situation where Shoko picks the Ganondorf, you're kind of like, all right, what do I do? Like, what do I do now in this whole sense? And the Pikachu is kind of one of those statements where you can see that Vandal may not have been as practiced against a Ganondorf than you would have hoped for.
And that seems to be the case, as you were mentioning, that practice against certain characters with such a long character list that there is in Smash Ultimate. It's so hard to know every matchup, and sometimes you might play one online and it might not be as good as the ones you face on in person, and then you're like, okay, now I know. Maybe I need to figure out the Ganondorf matchup, because not many people play Ganondorf, but when you do play against them, it's a difficult spot to be in.
It's one of those situations where it's like, it's all funny games. You can pick some of the best characters in, you know, Smash, and ones that, you know, people have won championships with countless times. But if you don't know how to properly play your matchup, if you don't know how somebody, a different character that you're playing against works, you find yourself in situations where you just don't know what to do. And I think that is the case for Vandal in a lot of these scenarios. The Captain Falcon was a bold choice from Shoko. I think that's twice that we've seen him lose on the Captain Falcon pick, so I don't expect it to come back again later on. But swapping back over towards the Ganondorf was the play against Ike. Ike, a fantastic character. We've seen Mad Chad make the most out of the Ike picks, but for Vandal, it's not going to be the case, and this is where they meet their end in today's tournament. That's going to set us up for our last game of the quarterfinals. It's Microwave Sonic versus I'm pretty sure
Monty 3i.
Monty 3i. So yeah, on the bracket it says Wargasm, but in the actual venue it's Monty. Wargasm couldn't make it. So for this last match, Microwave Sonic. I mean, Vaudable, do you think anybody can really beat the Rob?
I don't know. That's all I can say for now. I mean, I can't say that no one can, because it is possible for anyone to beat anyone when it comes to fighting games, especially, like, yes, there's like a difference in skill when it comes to games like Rocket League or League of Legends or even Valorant, but in fighting games, you could be a lesser, like, not a lesser, but a lesser skilled player, but there could just be that one game you're feeling really confident and you overcome your opponent. And that's the cool thing about fighting games. Yeah. Anyone could beat anyone on the right day, and it depends on if this is the right day for their opponent. And we'll see if Monty can take down Microwave Sonic here, or if they're even going to go for the Rob. I mean, it might change it up a little bit, but I'm very curious to see what this matchup will be like if we do get the Rob for Monty specifically, or if we have a change-up. But no, we do have a Ness coming out from Monty, and then a Rob as well for Microwave Sonic. I mean, we do have the Rob, but the Ness is interesting.
Yeah, Ness we saw earlier on. Not a bad pick whatsoever, for sure. It definitely comes down to how well you are with this Ness, and to see Monty go for the Ness right off the bat. I do have a lot of hopes for this pick, especially against the Rob. I mean, this is something where, yeah, you know, Rob can zone you out and hit hard, but Ness can do that too. So I think this is a fantastic character to pick to match up against a Rob.
We'll see how well it works out. That's the biggest thing here, because Ness is only as good as the person playing their character. Ness as a character itself, not as high tier for the most part. Microwave Sonic, I mean, we've seen how strong they are on this Rob, and Rob is a very high tier character for the most part as well. So Monty, I mean, doing their best to stay on the stage, do some good damage to Microwave Sonic. I'm liking the confidence there, but once you see Microwave Sonic get back into the rhythm of things, it's been a struggle for a lot of players to face off against them. These grabs are working out well, though. The zoning's working out well, too. The PK Lightning, pretty decent. They haven't even really used PK Fire too much, so this is definitely a stronger Ness pick than we saw in the previous matchup.
Yeah, and you can see that, Microwave Sonic is showing a little bit more respect than what we've seen in the past, but here's the spin. It's going to throw Ness off the side, and you saw that Microwave Sonic did go for the top throw there, trying to catch him mid-air, get a little fancy with it, but instead it's the kind of turnaround for Monty. The PK Thunder continuing to juggle this Rob in the air. Can Ness make it happen? So far, so good. First stock gone.
Great look there for Monty. Liking the confidence from them. We talked about it. It all comes down to the day and how you're feeling in these matchups. Rob may seem invincible, but you just have to hack into the mainframe and make sure that you can take them down. I didn't even know that spin move was able to deflect projectiles like that. That's pretty crazy. But still.
Rob, again, can do it all.
Really can do it all. I'm liking the grabs, though. I think that's the big thing that Microwave Sonic needs to avoid is those grabs. And I feel like the way that they're positioning themselves with these side Bs is perfect for them to do some good damage. We didn't really see too much action with the top before, so that tends to be a good zoning option. And now they're realizing maybe I need to pull it out a bit more often.
It could be the case for this one, but Microwave Sonic struggling so far in this game one. Could we have met our match? We got a little bit too much stock into the Rob, and this Ness pick is just fantastic. Into the PK Thunder for the combo, the jabs. Back on for the recovery. Rob not able to hit that grab. Fishing for a grab, anything to maybe throw Monty off their game, but this Ness just continues to hunt the Rob. Non-stop PK Thunder into the up combo. Not able to finish off that stock just yet. Looking to take game one in a near flawless stock two, but instead, you do see that Microwave Sonic recovers, takes a little bit of damage there.
What a recovery that was as well. Beautiful looks from these players to make sure that they can give it their all in this series. But Microwave Sonic, 100% one stock, very difficult position to be in, especially as they're sent off the stage. Some good zoning options for Monty to take them out, but they don't want to overextend themselves. So we'll see what they can do in this last throws of the first game, but you're going to have a major comeback against Monty as right now it seems like an inevitability for a win, but now it's a stock apiece and this is anybody's game.
I mean, you say that, but Microwave Sonic is going to have to be quite the last stock. The grab and throw from Monty. And that's going to do it for game number one. Monty 3i taking the place of Wargasm. And looks like it's going to be quite the run so far for this Ness player. Vaudable, we had so much for this Rob going into it. I asked you specifically the question not too long ago. I'm sure a lot of people remember who are watching this. Can this Rob be stopped? Well, it looks like Monty has not only stopped it, but forced Microwave Sonic onto a new character, Bayonetta.
First time we've seen Bayonetta in the tournament today. They have so many options for combos. Recovery is amazing as well. But also, speaking of combos, Monty pulling one out here into the air, just juggling Microwave Sonic from the get-go. Oh, that's a move that's been used so many times. Just crush the hopes and dreams of opponents, but the perfect block does come out. Not the perfect timing, though, for the Witch Hour as we see it happen there, but still need to have a little bit more come out for this Microwave Sonic player to take down Monty because they are struggling.
And for Micro, I mean, a lot of this is not easy to play Bayonetta. It's just kind of going for those special attacks and hoping they land in the perfect spot. And then once you do, if you can hopefully edge guard with those guns, that's just not easy to kind of play against when it comes down to a character like Bayonetta. Going for the down smash, and that is going to be the second stock gone. And for the first time, I think we're seeing Microwave Sonic look rattled.
Rattled and shaken, and not much that they can do to stir the competition away from the way it is progressing. Monty has full control of the series, and they are looking to make it into the semifinals and then further with this Ness play. We have been witnessing a masterclass from them so far. Bayonetta, even with all the tools and tricks that they can work with, a strong character at that. Still nothing that they've been able to really do against Monty. Still, with that first stock, plenty of options to try and recover, but it's not enough for Microwave Sonic to even get a stock against them when they are having their backs against the wall here and now. Might be taken out momentarily.
Thunder back in. Monty's going to reposition. Nice dodge over the dash attacks here from Microwave Sonic, and this is troublesome for Microwave Sonic, but the perfect dodge towards trying to limit Monty from this flawless 3-stock game. But it's down to the wire. The witching hour not going to land just yet. Another dash attack just going under the Ness, who is reading Micro like a book. PK Thunder back in towards the air. Chance for Ness to end it here. And it looks like Micro with the miss on the recovery. Monty moves on.
Oh, the pressure became too much for them to overcome there, and it would be Monty at 3i taking the victory, subbing into this bracket and subbing all the way into the semifinals. I mean, what a great look for them for just showing up and being like, hey, I could take on anyone. Put me in, coach. And that's exactly what we did. And well, they might take home a top prize if they continue to look like that. One of the top contenders we've seen today, Seymour.
For sure. I mean, Ness is, once again, one of those characters that, you know, is only as good as the person playing it. We saw Ness earlier, and it was fantastic. You know, it did a little bit, but it didn't do enough there from Monty. Just controlling the whole pace of the game. And yeah, I mean, that Bayonetta pick is bold, I would say. It's tough to play Bayonetta, but for, you know, the matchup versus the Ness, you just saw that Bayonetta couldn't do anything in a lot of those situations. And then the mistake in the second stock, you know, you see that Microwave Sonic hits to that last stock a little bit earlier than I'm sure intended. And we mentioned that, you know, looking a little bit rattled in this game versus the Nest. I think that Microwave Sonic kind of met a brick wall and didn't know what to do heading into that second game. And you started to see kind of show in the way that we were seeing Microwave Sonic play. So I think that is a fantastic showcase from Monty on what they can do.
Truly a tough spot to find themselves in there, so we'll see what they can do. Just talking about Monty here specifically to keep the bracket going in their favor, but we're going to be taking a little bit of a longer break than we have before, and then after that, best of 5 semifinals, so don't go anywhere.
It looks like Vandal just wants to zone out this Captain Falcon and bait Choco down to their last stock here as Captain Falcon. And I mean, Vandal is just incredible at holding on to this with the Inkling. Finally.
Also, there's just so much damage that this Inkling's been able to do and rack up, and the floatiness of them, there we go, for Vandal. But again, they just need one good hit, and that's all it's going to take. Inkling has been able to survive so much, and the grab and throw is all they needed.
Back in game number 1 is that Pikachu wasn't handled flawlessly by this Ganon off stage too far.
Whew. Crazy maneuvers being sent by both these players, but there we go. Ganondorf just staying so strong and so confident every time Soko plays them. Oh my goodness.
Into a situation of fight or flight.
Ooh,
this is game call. PK Thunder continuing to juggle this Rob in the air. Can Ness make it happen? So far, so good.
Zoning option, and now they're realizing maybe I need to pull it out a bit more often.
For this one, but
stock a piece, and this is anybody's game.
I mean, you say that, but Microwave Sonic is going to have to be
more come out for this Microwave Sonic player to take down Monty, because they are struggling.
And for Micro, I mean, a lot of this is not easy to fully edge guard with those guns. That's just not easy to kind of play against when it comes down to a character like Bayonetta. Going Micro like a ball. PK Thunder back in towards the air. Chance for Ness to end it here. And it looks like Micro with the miss on the recovery. It looks like Vandal wants to. Yeah, it looks like Vandal just wants to zone out this Captain Falcon and bait Choco down to their last stock here as Captain Falcon. And I mean, Vandal is just incredible at holding on to this with the Inkling. Finally.
Also, there's just so much damage that this Inkling's been able to do and rack up, and the floatiness of them, there we go, for Vandal. But again, they just need one good hit, and that's all it's going to take. Inkling has been able to survive so much, and the grab and throw is all they needed.
Back in game number 1 is that Pikachu wasn't handled flawlessly by this Ganon off stage too far.
Whew. Crazy maneuvers being sent by both these players, but there we go. Ganondorf just staying so strong and so confident every time Soko plays them. Oh my goodness.
Into a situation of fight or flight.
Ooh,
This is Game call. DK Thunder continuing to juggle this Rob in the air. Can Ness make it happen? So far, so good.
Zoning option, and now they're realizing maybe I need to pull it out a bit more often.
Case for this one, but
It's a stock apiece, and this is anybody's game.
I mean, you say that, but Microwave Sonic is going to have to be
More come out for this Microwave Sonic player to take
boy.
down Monty because they are struggling.
And for Micro, I mean, a lot of this is not easy to fully edge guard with those guns. That's just not easy to kind of play against when it comes down to a character like Bayonetta. Winning Micro like a ball. DK Thunder back in towards the air. Chance for Ness to end it here. And it looks like Micro with the miss on the recovery. It looks like Vandal wants to. Yeah, it looks like Vandal just wants to zone out this Captain Falcon and bait Shoko down to their last stock here as Captain Falcon. And I mean, Vandal is just incredible at holding on to this with the Inkling.
Finally. Also, there's just so much damage that this Inkling's been able to do and rack up, and the floatiness of them, there we go, for Vandal. But again, they just need one good hit, and that's all it's going to take. Inkling has been able to survive so much, and the grab and throw is all they needed.
Back in game number 1 is that Pikachu wasn't handled flawlessly by this Ganon off stage too far.
Crazy maneuvers being sent by both these players, but there we go. Ganondorf just staying so strong and so confident every time Zoko plays them. Oh my goodness.
Into a situation of fight or flight.
Ooh,
Grab. This is game call. DK Thunder continuing to juggle this Rob in the air. Can Ness make it happen? So far, so good.
Zoning option, and now they're realizing maybe I need to pull it out a bit more often.
Case for this one, but
Stock apiece, and this is anybody's game.
I mean, you say that, but Microwave Sonic is going to have to be
More come out for this Microwave Sonic player to take down Monty because they are struggling.
And for Micro, I mean, a lot of this is not easy to fully edge guard with those guns. And that's just not easy to kind of play against when it comes down to a character like Bayonetta. Winning Micro like a ball. DK Thunder back in towards the air. Chance for Ness to end it here. And it looks like Micro with the miss on the recovery. It looks like Vandal wants to.
Too.
Yeah, it looks like Vandal just. HANSCOMICCON, welcome back to our Smash bracket. We have the semifinals underway. And Faudible, just as a little bit of a recap from what we have seen so far throughout our matches today. Round number 3 was quite a banger, I won't lie, but a lot of mishaps that I'm sure you and I were not expecting. Microwave Sonic loses in that last match. The Rob falls. Yeah, we did kind of cast a curse him for sure. But on top of that, then we see, you know, the Kirby loses to Mad Chat in our first game. Yasuke looks unbelievable when it comes down to their character selection. And then Shoko and their Ganondorf. What a formidable top 4 we have.
It's going to be some amazing matches moving into these best of 5 semifinals. I feel like a lot of these can go the distance, especially with the way that we saw Mad Chad and Yasuke. I mean, Mad Chad's got a decent character pool as well. We saw the Zero Suit Samus against the Samus. We saw the Ike before. We've seen some great performances from them. So I'm curious on what the selection is going to be for both of these players, on who they go for. They've probably been paying attention to the tournament so far, on who's been playing who, what the matches have been up to this point, and we're seeing them just kind of hover a couple of different selections, and there's some interesting pickings depending on who they go for. But I remember seeing the Palutena. That was a decent pick as well. So I'm curious if that's going to be the mainstay here for Yasuke, or if they're going to go with the Roy that we saw before. But it looks like it'll be Ike versus Palutena this time.
Yeah, Ike versus Palutena in our first game versus Mad Chad and Yasuke. Palutena is something that we saw Yasuke bring out back in Game 1 or Series 1 and Series 2. And honestly, fantastic against the Little Mac originally. But now versus the Ike, who we saw Ike fall short just a couple series ago to the Ganondorf.
Just then.
And just then again.
That was a perfect timing for that to happen as well, but very unfortunate for Mad Chad. Was hoping that they would be closer to the stage, was expecting it too, but I think that was a bit of a misinput for them as well, or just misgauging of the stage, as they were trying to like get some coverage as they were coming down onto the stage, but literally mere frames away from connecting for it. So we do see a perfect block from Yasuke against Mad Chad, and usually the Ikes at this stage of the competition haven't been feeling as confident. I mean, they can only go so far, is what I've learned as playing Ike myself, is that there's so many counters, very difficult to recover sometimes. There's a lot of options to get rid of them, especially when we see these projectiles coming out from Yasuke on the Palatina.
Yeah, fantastic so far from Yasuke. Something that we expected from this player with so much force in the series that we have seen them take stage on. Matt Chad, a little surprised the Ike is having some trouble, but at the same time, you know, not able to punish the way that we've seen before against the Kirby, against the King DDD, against anybody who just tends to hover above this Matt Chad and their Ike. But finally, a couple combos do land. A lot of damage here to the Palatina, but able to easily recover back to center stage and takes Matt Chad to last stock.
Whew. Okay, trading stocks left and right between both of these, and Mad Chad with only a single stock. I mean, I feel like basically this is tied. They got a mistake early on, but now they have a stock disadvantage in game one. They'll have to say GG, go next, unless they can turn things around, even things up, and get the victory there. That's where they'll get their confidence back, for sure. Especially since they just had that mistake lead to their demise. It wasn't really necessarily an outplay by their opponent. Speaking of outplays, though, they are getting juggled in the air off these platforms. That's a difficult position to be in.
It is. And look at that combo with the projectile. It's DI from Mad Chad to keep away from danger. Blocks away, smash down, and we are even. Not too bad of a comeback here from Mad Chad, but immediately with the invincibility off the respawn, Yasuke goes for the grab and throw. Now into the combo, looking to finish things off already in game number one of this best of 5. Can you recover? If you're Mad Chad, you can.
Woo. Well, maybe not that time. Seymour with the caster curse of the century today is all I gotta say against Mad Chad. I'm so sorry, Mad Chad.
You didn't hear me. My mic cut out. Actually, just as I said it, I said you cannot.
Yes,
you know,
there we go.
Yeah, it was just technical difficulties from my side.
That's all it was.
Sure. I didn't caster curse you. I swear I didn't caster curse you. But no, for sure, Mad Chad there. I mean, definitely a tough matchup for the Ike. I think a lot of the tendencies for this Ike pick that Matt Chad was getting away with back in Series 2 or even Series 3 that we saw, it was all kind of fundamentals that fell into place for Mad Chad, kind of getting fed in towards this Ike. So I do expect the swap from the Ike, because I don't think you're going to be able to get away with what you did before with a player like Yasuke, who has such a deep character pool that it's going to be tough to find out for Mad Chad where you want to go to get around a player like Yasuke.
Well, we see a complete change-up happening for both of these players, Zero Suit Samus versus Pikachu. So a lot of speed is what we're going to see in this game compared to the power we saw in the last one. So be an interesting matchup between these two. Mad Chad definitely seemed a bit more confident on the Zero Suit Samus, and they are a stronger character, so that'll be a good look for them. But a lot of it's just going to come down to their positioning and making sure that they can get those combos off. Same for Pikachu, so very combo-heavy game, hopefully, between these two.
It's not Lightning McQueen, but it's the next best thing. A Lightning Mouse on top of all that speed. Nothing but speed here for Pikachu. Is already coming out with some good dash attacks against Mad Chad for the Zero Suit Samus swap. Looking for some grabs as we saw earlier on. Trying to keep your space against this Pikachu. But on top of everything, landing these projectiles are going to be very important for Mad Chad. Something that you were able to do back in round number 2. But hasn't been able to make anything out of it just yet. You can see that high impact from the Pikachu just continuing to rack up the damage.
Yasuke just seems to be on another level in this matchup with the way that they're performing and just making their opponent play to their fingertips and their own tune. This has been an amazing look from them so far, but the damage that you can get from Zero Suit Samus is going to be the difference maker here. If they can get them off the ceiling of this stage, it's been difficulty for them, but finally they are able to connect with the third in a row.
Here we go. Stock is off for the Pichu. Immediate answer back from Yasuke. So even back up 0% stock number 2. And off the bat there, you see Zero Suit Samus able to recover with a little bit of an up attack there. Now back into center stage. Lovely throw there. And Pikachu is going to be knocked off, looking for the grab, not going to land. Counter from Yasuke now to look to turn things around early before things get out of hand. The dash attack's going to hit, goes for the Volt Tackle. Second Volt Tackle does land, not the third one though. So you can see Matchad kind of working around this maze of damage that Yasuke is going for off this Pikachu and doing a fantastic job.
Whew. Matchad, just a completely different beast in this game compared to the last one with the Zero Suit Samus as well. Confidence, you can tell, it's come back towards them, but the Luchador Pikachu that we see here facing off against them, I'm liking these air combos from them specifically, but maybe some more grabs would be useful if they can get that against Mad Chad, just for some better damage. If they get a down throw into the stage and then a combo after that would be a nice look. But unfortunately, Mad Chad was focused too much on battling in the air and not enough on the amount of jumps they had left.
It's very jarring when you have moving angles behind you the whole time, for sure, in mid-air. But you can see that Yasuke has been able to turn things around after losing for a stock. Now a chance at taking an advantage and an edge here with the down throw, goes up for a little bit of a juggle, and that's going to be some good damage towards this Zero Suit Samus, racking up the percentage, still holding on to the second stock as long as they can. There's nothing that Mad Chad can do right now, but finally the break of the combo. It is going to be one stock each. Mad Chad on death door.
It's a rough spot to be in for Mad Chad. Luckily for them, if they do go down in this game, they still have a couple more to bounce back if they can get the reverse sweep in this best of 5. But if they can't get it here, I don't know where they're going to get it Seymour, because this is their strongest character, and they're facing off against a Pikachu that just does not want to give up and does not want to get in that Pokeball.
No, doesn't want to go back to Ash just yet. He wants to be a champion, wants to be the very best that no one ever was. And so far, Yasuke doing just that, 2-0 up in the series. Doesn't matter what so far Yasuke picks. It is nothing but success coming out from this player. Mad Chad now looking for the reverse sweep, like you said.
Nap time is what we saw there for the Pikachu, because that's all they needed. They expended their energy throughout that game, and they get a much-deserved break for a second as we get back into the character select and see who we are going to get out of Mad Chad. Will it be sticking with Zero Suit Samus, because I feel like it was a good pick for them, but the counter in the Pikachu just a little bit faster, a little bit more confident. Yeah, it felt like for Yasuke.
No, at first it was kind of a really good look for the Zero Suit Samus, but as you saw, Yasuke again, who we've noted in the past, just continues to just get better as the series continues on. Towards that last stock, it really didn't seem like Yasuke could do much wrong on that, and it seems like Yasuke, like the Pikachu for sure, but we're going to swap back to the Palutena for game number 3. So Zero Suit Samus still for Mad Chad, no swaps there, but the Palutena, who was lights out perfect back in game 1, this is a scary sight to see for Mad Chad fans.
I'm so curious where this is going to go for Mad Chad, because they've been in a tough spot in all of these games. They've been so close to glory a couple of times, but the combo plays from Yasuke have just been that much better. And I'd say the mastery of their character. They know the utility that they got, the options that they can go for in any situation, and they seem to know most of these matchups. So stick with the Palutena. You know that they were feeling confident regardless of who Mad Chad pulled out in this specific matchup. And you can see exactly why. 32% to almost 100 now. Good block there, though, for Mad Chad, but still, it's going to take more than just good blocks to get the victory against Yasuke, and a full reverse sweep needed now to make it into the finals.
Great projectile placement for Yasuke, a little bit closer than what Mad Chad did expect. It's going to get rid of this first stock a little bit earlier than expected for Mad Chad and the Zero Suit Samus. Yeah, to look for a turnaround too quickly. Nice combo is going to get the Palutena off, but the TP up, and that blink is going to get them looking back into the stage, but fantastic guarding from Mad Chad, hunting down the blinks from the Palutena. So you're going to see a little rush there from Palutena, looking to chop things up for the momentum that Mad Chad started to get, and there it is. Palutena finally recovering off stage, back on and in control.
Neutral air combos, loving to see it from Palutena. And they are looking so confident. Yasuke at the helm, just making sure that they can orchestrate anything necessary for them to have their masterpiece in the semifinal completed with a 3-0 sweep. They have the stock lead. Even with the percentage, they're so close to each other, and just the combos that we are seeing from this player, from the downs throw into the carry into the air. It's just been nothing that Match has been able to do as an answer, and it's just been a masterclass from Yasuke.
Palutena up to 140%. We're going to flawless this last game. Head into the grand finals with a triumphant, successful defeat over Mad Chad, but Zero Suit Samus not going down without a fight. Palutena going to fall to their death. And now it's going to be reset here. What can Mad Chad do? We're going to have to be very careful with their next movements.
Ooh, the stun working out pretty good there for Mad Chad for some early percentage, but they didn't have much of a follow-up on the combo afterwards. And I think that's the biggest difference between these two players. Mad Chad knows their character decent enough and positioning to know where to be and how to go for some simple attacks, but combo play, we haven't really seen much of that from them. It could also be due to the positioning of Yasuke being so next level that whenever they try to go for any combos, it's not working out for them. But that's going to be the big thing. They haven't been able to rack up massive damage against their opponent, and at 120%, it's just one good hit it's going to take for them to go down in the semifinal.
Yasuke, very patient of what chance to take here. Mad Chad's going to be able to recover back into the stage. Almost a finisher with the side B for Yasuke, but doing a good job here as Mad Chad at keeping this game going, prolonging this game 3 as long as you can. And going down with a respectable finish here. 80% up for the up special there from Zero Suit Samus. No finisher. It's an easy recover. The float back in from the Palutena. And there's the up smash from Yasuke. Gonna seal the deal for a flawless sweep in the semis. Our first grand finalist locked in, Yasuke.
What a sweep for Yasuke. So confident there. And I feel like anyone on this side of the bracket, if they were going to potentially take down that newcomer in Monty, it would probably be Yasuke. Though I say that Soko still has to face off against them in this next matchup. And this being another best of 5, I feel like this will be a lot different than what we saw in this 3-0 sweep. Though Monty seems so strong that it could be 2 3-0s into a stellar final at the end of the day. Regardless, though, looking at these replays, Palutena just seem to be on another level for Yasuke. They feel so confident on this character, and I feel like Mad Chad's start to the series is really what set them off on the wrong foot for the rest of it.
It was a tone setter for sure. We had high hopes for the Ike of Mad Chad, and it's looked fantastic, but into this series versus a Palutena, it's a different beast in its own right. I mean, you see Yasuke with 3-0 sweeping the semifinals, that it's definitely a step up for Mad Chad. You can really respect what he's put together with this Ike, but it came down to really punishing a lot of mistakes of your opponent leading up to this moment. Yasuke not making very many mistakes across all 3 of these games, and a big turnaround for, I think, Yasuke, who just led this whole series and did not stop in the past. It has been very kind of back and forth for this character, but even the swap over to Pikachu is fantastic.
Oh yeah, I love the swap to Pikachu. I mean, it really just shows that there are so many characters that Yasuke can play regardless of who they are facing off against. The Luchador Pikachu specifically that they were choosing just seemed to be on another level against Mad Chad here. And I think the biggest issue too, once we did see the Zero Suit Samus versus the Pikachu, is that it took too much time to get the combos and damage going against Yasuke's Pikachu. And then as we see here, Palutena just seemed to be on another level against Zero Suit Samus. There wasn't much that we were seeing from Mad Chad. The combos from the grab throws into some moves, and then the combos in the air with the neutral airs, it's just not too much that Mad Chad had in their capabilities to take down Yasuke. In every single game, they were outclassed.
That's going to lead us into our second semifinal vaultable, our last game to decide our second grand finalist. Shoko versus Auntie. Kind of something you kind of alluded to was something that could, you know, battle out against Yasuke. 2 fantastic members in their own right. Shoko, who has been formidable on this Ganondorf, and for the counter picks that we've been seeing across every series that he's joined in. But on the other side, Monty, a little bit of a dark horse in this whole bracket. Monty, not even listed on the bracket, steps in for Wargasm and has gone above and beyond what we could have expected from this player. And now heading into the semifinals, it looks like we have our games locked in, or at least have characters locked in and ready to go. Ness versus Ganondorf. Talk to me a little bit about that.
I mean, Ganondorf, we saw how strong they were before, but I'm seeing Monty, just the way that they were able to perform in their series before and how they can just send any character off the stage with the confidence from their grabs and the combos that we saw from them, that I feel like Monty's got the upper hand in this specific matchup. We'll see what Shoko can do if they can rack up some heavy damage and play to win with some good dodges and positioning on the stage. But as we see already, I talked about those grabs and how confident Monty is with just chasing down their opponent. That's going to be the big thing for them.
Early PK fire from Monty, but look at the damage done by Shoko. Monty can't do anything, kicked off the stage. Get out to PK Thunder, looking for the spike there. Shoko wants to make this done before Monty can get going. You can see that Shoko doing a fantastic job at just avoiding the damage here. Grab throw by Monty. PK Thunder struggling. The nice block there is going to allow Shoko to recover right away. Lots of damage done onto this nest. Monty has to be careful.
That they do. So much damage done, but there's plenty of options that they can work with, and they know as soon as they get Ganondorf off the stage, that's all they need. So high percentage, wait till they are baited out for a moment, and that's your time to shine against Ganondorf, and these grabs are going to be the bread and butter for Monty specifically. Seeing if they can get some PK fire damage too, but really just the combos that are coming out from Monty is exactly what they need to be doing.
Monty gets that first stock done. Even after the success from Shoko, you can see that Monty is just able to live through the rest. But as soon as the big hits come out, as soon as Ganondorf is big swinging on the map, you know that Monty's going to struggle in certain situations. So up to 71% in the second stock, he's going to trade out, now looking to equalize when it comes down to the damage done. But Monty avoiding all that, staying off stage, getting on and off, and making sure that Shoko's going to have to work for it.
Ooh, I like the PK ice there as well, and just making sure that they can try and take down their opponent, their PK freeze, excuse me, in a spectacular fashion, and also just trying to send them off the stage. Somehow landing on the stage perfectly, though, was Shoko, so that they could hopefully stay strong and in charge as much as possible, but do manage to get back onto the platform, but not for long. The grabs have been so deadly from Monty, and there hasn't really been too much any opponent has been able to do against it. This might be it.
This might be it for sure. Looking for the edge guard. Shoko's able to get back, but struggling at staying on the stage now. Monty with the turnaround after starting off slow has picked things up and never looking better. The chase is on, not giving him any space to work with. Monty back up. Monty back in control. The throw back off the side, looking to keep Shoko away from the stage, but Shoko fighting to the very end.
Oh no, Shoko. If they didn't go for that last attack, they might have been able to really maintain their positioning in the neutral zone, but they felt like they had to push something to get a chance against Monty. But as you mentioned, that is it. That is game, and that's even quicker than any of the ones we saw in the previous series.
It just comes down to the strengths and weaknesses of Ganondorf. Yes, you hit hard. You do a lot of damage. But against somebody like Ness, who can easily get back to the stage constantly vulnerable, that damage doesn't matter because the stage is wide. There's a lot of room for Ness to DI, and when you're Ganondorf and you allow Ness to recover the way that you did, as soon as you get thrown off, what do you do if you're Shoko? Well, you swap to Kirby.
Kirby versus Fox. This will be interesting to see this combo against each other specifically. I know Fox with Monty probably going to mainly focus on zoning them out, but also pretty confident whenever they are facing off against them, in the neutral zone, especially with the speed of this character. That seems to be the theme for Monty's picks as far as their characters and comfortability goes, is speed and momentum. They can go for those quick combos. They can zone out their opponent, and they can hold on to any portion of the stage. And Shoko, because of how floaty Kirby is, even though they can take a lot of damage, they can't deal out a lot of damage. So they're going to have to go for some grabs and find some way to get some footing on the stage. And I feel like Fox is a very good counter pick against them.
Yeah, I think that, right now Monty definitely knows what they're doing. This is the first time we've seen them play anything but Ness. And for Shoko, similar to that sense, usually going for the Captain Falcon pick, but instead the Kirby coming out where, kind of mentioned before, no matter how many times we've seen Captain Falcon come out for Shoko, it doesn't pay off. So hopefully the Kirby is going to be a good change of pace for Shoko, who already is down a stock,
Wow.
struggling to get anything going against this Fox. Just look how quick Monty is.
That just goes to show why Monty with Fox being such a high tier character and such a mainstay in Smash Bros history in every single game for a reason, just because the combos that you can go and you can just make it so you're juggling people in the air. You got the speed, you know how to get your input game up a little bit more and make it so that it's difficult for your opponent to know exactly how to deal with you and box you out. But I'm liking some of the damage we are seeing from Shoko, but again, this seems to be just a case of playing catch-up for Shoko, where Monty, they have full control of everything in this game.
Here we go for Monty. Going to take the second stock away from Shoko.
Ow.
And that's going to be it. Down to the last stock. Shoko going to have a monumental turnaround in this game, but Monty's not giving him any space to breathe. The relentless pressure from this Fox. Able to recover easy. Back onto the stage, even after the misinput that we did see. Nice up air to continue to juggle this Kirby, force them off stage, recover back to the center. Nice little block in the side dash attack is going to be first stock gone for Monty.
First stock, but that might not last for too long as Monty doing their best to just take them out of the competition, take them to task, and speed run this entire bracket. As we already are into game 3. Fox, Ness, doesn't matter who it is as long as they're fast and you can put a lot of pressure behind them. Well, that's exactly what we were expecting to see from Monty. And even with Shoko's performance and anyone else's performance in the bracket, Monty, I would say, is a front runner for winning this whole thing.
What happened to this tournament? I mean, so many players who just looked fantastic, and then as soon as he
I
gets
love it.
into the semifinals, a 3-0 sweep, and on the door here, Monty doing it again, but this is respectable. Ganondorf versus Ganondorf. Let's see who's the better big boy.
Hard to tell exactly who's who, too, because the skins are just so similar.
Yeah.
But we'll see the nameplate as they are happening there, and we can tell with the percentage a little bit more easily. Nonetheless, though, it does seem like Monty's just chasing Shoko down, showing them how Ganondorf is played. We talked about that before, actually, where there was kind of a Ganondorf played on top of someone else who played Ganondorf first, and I think that was Shoko who did that. So
It was Shoko.
Monty's just giving them a taste of their own medicine.
It was all the way back in round number 1 for Shoko.
Yep.
And I think, you know, for Shoko kind of showing up and doing what they did, it would be a little bit comical for that to happen to you yet again. Monty looking to take away that first stock from Shoko, who is leading right now in the stocks. Nice grab from Shoko, is going to keep Monty away, start racking up the percentage, and try to go back-to-back for stocks here. But Monty now chance at taking that away, and he will.
2 stocks apiece for both of these players. Monty, though, so much damage taken already. Going to show that Shoko is the better Ganondorf, at least for now, as we do see a monumental comeback, but a good grab after waiting out patiently from the one that came from Shoko. Quickly getting them to a higher percentage, too. I think if they could send them off the stage, but they don't want to overcommit because they both know if they overcommit off the stage, they could both fall to their doom.
Yeah. Shoko's going to be back up. Monty in trouble. Able to get back and the charge in. Shoulders it, but Shoko, what was that? The up smash. Able to connect. Monty is taken down to 1 stock, and this could be Shoko extending us to game 4.
That it could be. Use their invincibility frames for a moment to get back on the stage, and now we'll see what Monty can do to try and take them to task and even things up. Stock apiece. Looking for the stomp, and there it will come out. 23%, not really much to worry about as a Ganondorf. It all is just going to come down to technique between these 2 players. Whew. Liking the chase from Shoko as well. Not too much Monty's really been able to do.
Really sizing up this Ganondorf. But Monty with the turnaround here in the last stock. And that's going to be it for Monty. Leads him to his death all the way down into the depths of the pit. That's Monty taking a 3-0 sweep over Shoko.
Oh my goodness. I knew someone was waiting for that because based on the way it works, it all depends on if someone is the one doing the grabbing. They'll be the one guaranteed to be alive at the last second. So Monty getting that grab, it's like...
He grabs it, and because he grabs it, Monty is like the one on top.
One on top,
forces him down right into the ground. And you know, at first I was looking and I'm like, is it a percentage thing? No, it's not a percentage thing.
Wow.
It just comes down to who hits the bottom first. And I think I think he smashes him right into the dirt for that one. It was enough. I ripped my whole headset out of my channel.
I saw my hair going crazy for a second. That's what it was.
And it was an absolute crazy finish there from Monty in place of Wargasm. 3-0 sweep over Shoko. And that is back-to-back 3-0 sweeps in the semifinals. I would have never predicted that.
That was insane to think about, too, was those 3-0 sweeps. But that just goes to show the dominance of our top two players that we have going into this final bracket. And talking about that specifically, Yasuke versus what we saw here from Monty. I mean, both these players so strong. Monty, I would say, have a slight edge just based on the speed and confidence that we've seen from this player.
Yeah.
But, I mean, Yasuke, such a massive character pool that might be their advantage here, is that they have so many different things they can go for against their opponent in those finals.
No, I agree. I think that Yasuke and, Monty is the matchup that I was hoping to get for the grand finals. Two very incredible players in their own respective rights. And I think it's going to lead to quite an amazing photo finish when we do get to it. But we got a break coming up with the grand finals on the other side. HANSCOMICCON, I hope you've been enjoying it because we got one more series to go. It's coming up soon. He has to be careful.
That they do. So much damage that there's plenty of options that they can work with, and they know as soon as they get Ganondorf off the stage, that's all they need.
Monty gets that first stock done. Even after the success from Shoko, you can see that Monty is just able to live through the rest.
Just maintain their positioning in the neutral zone, but they felt like they had to push something to get a chance against Monty. But as you mentioned, that is it.
Anything but Ness. And for Shoko, similar to that stance, usually going for the captain
control of everything in this game.
Here we go for Monty. Going to take the second stock away from Shoko.
Ow.
And that's going to be it. Juggle this Kirby, force them off stage, recover back to the center. This little block in the side dash attack is going to be first stock gone for Monty.
First stock, but that might not last for too long as Monty doing their best to just take. We'll see the nameplate as they are happening there, and we can tell with the percentage a little bit more easily. Nonetheless, though, it does seem like Monty's just chasing Shoko down, showing them how Ganondorf is played. We talked about that before, actually. There was kind of
nice grab from Shoko, who's going to keep Monty away, start racking up the percentage, and try to go back-to-back for stocks here. But Monty now chance at taking that away.
They could both fall to their doom.
Shoko's going to be back up. Monty in trouble. Able to get back in the charge in. Shoulders it, but Shoko.
I'll see what Monty can do to try and take them to task and even things up. Stock a piece. Looking for the stomp, and there it will come out. Liking the chase from Shoko as well. Not too much Monty's really been able to do.
Really sizing up this Ganondorf. But Monty with the turnaround here in the last stock. And that's going to be it for Monty.
I'm Cole Schlegel, my rank is Senior Airman, and I'm stationed at JBSA Lackland. I got into Halo originally, that was my first game when I was in kindergarten. My friend Justin had it at his house, and I skipped all the stops on the school bus, went straight to his house, and ended up playing it with him. And once I played it that first time, I was like, this is a damn good time. I ended up going to my first tournament when I was like 14 or 15, and it was a 2v2 tournament. It didn't do so hot. And then I went to my first actual major tournament when I was like 16 or 17, and I finished 6th place in the FFA. So it was a fun time. How did I meet them? I've known Trey on and off since like 2012. I don't think we met until maybe 2017, 2018. I'd always run into Trey like in the Halo 4 matchmaking playlist, and I hated playing against him. So I'm glad he's on my end of the sticks now. Allie, same thing. I just met her through playing, and I knew she was like one of the top female players. And then Matt, kind of a last minute pickup. So I can't say I know Matt too well, but he's been good people. I'd say it definitely has a positive impact. You know, the last ForceCon that we did, 2022 was the first ever government sanctioned esports event, and we were fortunate enough to be able to play in that and win it, which is nice. So we're definitely looking to go back to back here, but to continue to push the boundaries of what the legitimacy of government-based esports can be. The military is not just typical military stuff. You have a life outside of the military also. I've been very fortunate to be able to blend the two together. We slapped them around pretty good in Grand Finals of ForceCon last year. The Army, I think last game was a live fire Slayer, and we beat them, I want to say it was like 50 to 27. Maybe it was worse than that, but I know they have maybe 1 or 2 new players on their team, so it should be a good series. Hopefully these continue to go on. We were extremely happy and fortunate to know that they're doing Halo again, but to hopefully just continue building them and make the events a bit more big. The last year ForceCon is kind of a hard one to beat in terms of scale. You know, we had it in the Boeing Center down in San Antonio. So just hopefully to continue to build it and make it a more prominent name, like in the esports atmosphere. The esports in the military, when a lot of people think of it, they don't think of it as like a legitimate sport. When people think esports, they just think you're just sitting in front of a toy for hours clicking buttons. But when you try to get into like the competitive aspect of it and you see all the intricacies that go into each game, you can really understand what esports is and why people are good at what they do. Next 5 to 10 years, I mean, you know, you have like your Overwatch leagues and your Call of Duty leagues that are franchised now. It closes the gate of entry for a lot of like the younger players because you have to be on like those salaried teams to be able to get into those leagues. I'd say in the younger generation, it's definitely getting a lot more popular. It's a lot more legitimized. Like we grow up with video games, we know what they are, we know what esports are, you know, it's more of a household name. Now, at least, people know their optics, they know their phases, they know their sentinels. So hopefully just to continue to legitimize it and make it a proper alternative to sports. I'd say thank you, Trey, Ali, and Matt, of course. You know, you can't come without your team. Thank you for Justin and the entire Air Force Gaming crew. Without them, the entire event wouldn't be possible. Y'all with Rally Cry, I know you guys were here last year, so it's awesome to see you guys again. Thanks to the Navy also, because I know they're hosting this one. Hopefully it just keeps on as a tradition every year. So.
This is it, the grand final set in stone. One more match to rule them all. Welcome back, HANSCOMICCON 24 to the Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Tournament. My name is Seymour, with me is Vaultable, and we have been running through the whole bracket, 24 players up and down, and we are down to the last 2, Vaultable.
It's going to be insane to see how this progresses through this best-of-5 final. We've had players fighting tooth and nail to get to this point in time, but 2 sweeps in the semifinals for both Yasuke and Monty as well to make it here. I know it does say Wargasm, but Monty is the one who subbed in as Wargasm could not make their matches. So great performance here from Monty throughout the bracket. You can see why they were seated high in that 3rd seed, and hey, they made the run, and now we'll see who's going to claim the top prize as well moving forward after this. And there's some great prizing that there is out there. I mean, there's the custom jersey, the AFG SFG coin, the patch and sticker, and potential preference for future PTDY events for AFG. And also second place, you still get the coin and the stickers. So there's still a lot to play for these players that are out there at the Comic-Con. But again, they're playing for glory of being the number one player in this entire tournament. So we'll have a best of 5 here determining who will come out on top. And Palutena versus Ness, they're sticking with their favorites. We'll see who comes out on top in game 1.
This is going to be fun. You gave the edge to Monty when we were heading before that break. I think Yasuke, for sure, in my mind, seems like a player you don't want to kind of run away with. We've seen Yasuke play so many different characters, so much potential for changing if it doesn't work. And you gotta look at Yasuke to really be the one to lead in this series, as this Nest, just once you get going, the snowball effect is crazy so far. Not taking any damage, finally gonna find some Palutena back into the driving seat in the middle of the stage, but so much damage from this Nest early on.
And that early damage has been huge. It comes down to those grabs, which seems to be so hard to read for any of the players in this tournament from Ness, and just the confidence that we are witnessing from them with the different abilities that Ness has, the damage that they are able to pull out throughout all of this as well has been huge for them. Unfortunately, they ran out of energy. They weren't able to use their PK Lightning as it went straight into the stage, and they were a bit too close to it for them to recover that time. So a good boon for Palutena, but again, the Ness, they're going to just take it in stride, go back to what they're used to doing, and then just dodge those beams.
Thunder, boy, that could have been troublesome if you're Palutena. Yasuke is going to be able to recover, but again, struggling to keep an edge here when it comes down to the damage that this Ness is outputting. The PK Fire lands again, goes for the grab, not going to land it. Second time, the grab going to throw up in the air. Palutena into towards the combo. This could be the second stock gone. It looks like Monty wants to take it with another grab, but the recovery from Yasuke, starting a combo of their own, not giving up without the fight. The projectile not going to hit. It's going to be Monty to take it. Second stock gone. Lovely grabs coming out from the Ness.
Insane grabs, insane throws, and that just has to be the main work that is being put in by Monty with this Ness. And even on the recoveries too, the neutral airs are pretty confident to take down their opponents, and not really too much they have to worry about. The PK Thunder even still connecting with this Yasuke player, and whenever they're trying to go for anything and they have to recover off the stage, it's still been a struggle for them. So great looks for these players. Can't recover that time, unfortunately, and that will be a first set already, or first game, excuse me, already for Monty.
I expected a little bit more from the Palutena against the Ness, but again, just Monty so good with this character. Yasuke most likely going to look to switch things up heading into game number 2, but you did see some moments there from the Palutena that it did look really good. Off stage as well, the recoveries from Yasuke started to get some combos going in that second set, but as soon as you lost it, you just saw the confidence just spewing from Monty, able to just take control of that last stock and sends them packing in game 1. Game number 2, though, coming up, and it looks like we do have our swaps here. Yasuke gonna bring back the Roy that we saw all the way in game number 1, and Monty over to Fox.
This makes sense, especially because Fox seems like a better matchup than Ness against a sword character, and see how exactly Yasuke can hopefully turn things around here in this matchup against Monty. But Monty trying to speedrun and not drop a single game throughout the bracket. They have not lost an individual game in any of their series, so that's a crazy record if they can sweep the entire tournament.
Probably one of the best substitute moments that we've ever seen here in open brackets. You don't get to see this very often. Monty looking for all the glory in the grand finals, but so far the Roy changed. The sword play from Yasuke, we know it's strong. We know that Yasuke, when it comes down playing these sword characters, does have the chance for upsetting Monty. It's just kind of reading the Fox and how fast this Fox really can be in the moment, as well as stopping the chances for recovery. You see it right there. Yasuke just gonna end him off the final blow alone.
Well, speaking of final blows, they go blow for blow this time and are able to even up stocks a piece. Shielding, I feel like, is going to be a very big factor for both these players in this specific matchup. It's what we saw happen with Roy and how they were able to get the grab initially into the heavy attack. But still, Monty feeling confident with their own grabs. We saw how strong they were with them in the Ness matchup before. Now a lot of it is just going for the typical Fox play where you wait for them to get on the platform, you try to hit them into the air, and then go for a combo off of that. It's been working decently, but with this sword that Roy has, can give themselves a bit more room to work with. They just got to be careful about moments like that.
Yasuke down to the last stock here. Monty limited on the damage taken. Back in the last set of fights. Yasuke now looking to turn things around here for game number 2. Look to tie us up one apiece, but Monty is in full control, and it doesn't look like he wants to let go at all. Dash attack into the jab combo. Starting to set things into motion here to look to finish off game 2 with an absolute bang. Monty for the projectiles from distance, looking to force Yasuke in towards the air, which he wants, and that chase down game for Monty has been second to none, though Yasuke able to break that combo, leaving the edge guard. Monty gets back onto stage. Now for the turnaround, things are going to get busy.
This needs to be a change-up for Yasuke. Otherwise, they are going to be down and having to reverse sweep against Monty, who has not lost a game today. This is the time to shine, and that's exactly what they're doing there. They are able to even up the stocks, but they got to be careful, play keep away with the Fox, and it's not going to happen long at all. Instead, they're getting sent onto the screen, and it will be Monty, one game away from sweeping the tournament.
Monty paints a picture of Roy on our screens. 2-0. An absolute lights out performance from this Fox. We saw a little bit of the Fox back in our semifinals, and it was quite deadly, and it looks like it's still going to be the case. I'm curious to see if Yasuke wants to bring this Wolf out, because you think back to the semifinals that we saw from Yasuke, the Wolf was incredible, probably some of the best that we've seen all tournament until Auntie on Fox, but... will you want to go for the Fox-Wolf matchup is kind of the case.
I don't think so.
I think that you still would give the edge to Monty. Yasuke needs to figure out a way of filtering Monty's weaknesses, which we really haven't seen quite yet.
No, we haven't seen any weaknesses for Monty so far. I mean, we've seen some players able to take at least a stock or two against them, but that seems to be the most of it. Nobody's been able to take a game. Nobody's been able to catch them off guard or make them slip up, and it's going to be Roy versus Ness to close things out potentially for this tournament here.
Here we go. Potential for the sweep. Monty looking to run away with this tournament and never look back. And here we see that Yasuke already struggling yet again at getting something going. Finally going to find a break in towards the action. The shields are up for Monty, and now with the back pedal, goes back in, not able to land the grab, but the side airs have been fantastic in the up air as well there. Combos it out. Monty looking for the early stock, but not just yet. Throws off the stage, going for the finisher. Can he recover? No.
Wow, so close for Monty to try and close out this series so quickly already. The first stock taken onto Yasuke, sending them off the side. It's similar to like when you're facing off against a Ganondorf. They don't have the best recovery, you send them away, and then they can't get back onto the stage, and that's exactly what we're seeing happen here against Yasuke. They couldn't recover that time. They were sent flying and already almost at 100%, and they can barely stand on even footing throughout this entire matchup.
Monty back into it. Again, looking to dominate so far in the grand finals. 35% on Yasuke. How perfect can perfect be from Yasuke XSV? Going in for the grab, not going to land. Side swipe there. Second one does knock Monty off the edge, but look at the recovery from Ness. So forward, so direct. And Yasuke just cannot catch a break.
One stock away from Monty sweeping the entire tournament. Can they get the final victory here in the last few moments with this one stock? 3-0, the final game of the set of the finals. They are being sent away, trying to use the PK Thunder. Hard to know exactly where it is. They are on the stage here. That was perfect time for them for PK Freeze to keep them going, but a great timing as well from Yasuke. One stock to two. 69%. We'll see if they can bounce back from this, but highly unlikely at this point.
Nice things going on right now from Monty. The PK Thunder are going to jump up. Yasuke, no chance for the juggle. Monty just previously stopping time to get back towards the stage, almost for the full recovery. PK Thunder is going to reposition Monty back towards center stage, goes back in for the dash attack, not able to land the grab. Constantly fishing for something to give him an edge over towards Yasuke, but doesn't look like this Roy wants to finish off just yet. 125%, holding on for dear life, jumping around the nest, but not able to get away from it. Thunder tosses him up. Monty looking for another one, not able to hit the second Thunder, and this is troublesome. They grab to finish. Monty, your champion.
What a victory by Monty, sweeping the competition, barely dropping stocks here and there. Didn't drop a single game throughout all of it, subbing in for a player who could not make it earlier on in the bracket, and now they were able to take down the toughest competition here in this matchup.
Absolutely incredible. I'm sure wherever Wargasm is, whether it's in the venue or not in the venue, doing him proud when it comes down to that bracket. Monty's going to take the prize of first place, and in quite a memorable way, sweeping the entire bracket all the way into the end. You thought that Yasuke had somewhat of the capabilities to maybe take Monty all the way the distance, and for some of these stocks it did come down to the wire quite often. I think back in towards game one, this Palutena was really keen on keeping Monty away from that stage, but constantly, I mean, you just see the power and how good this Ness can be in the right hands.
Monty really has like mastery of Ness from something I've never really seen personally. Like the way that they were able to use their PK freeze to get back towards the screen so they could know how to use the PK thunder to recover in time, because there's no way you could really be able to know where it's going when you're off screen. And just the way that they've been able to perfectly use their grabs and their techniques for all their characters to take down the competition, even with the Fox as well.
Yeah.
I mean, Fox, you know, there's so much data on Fox, and you really, if you are Yasuke, needed to win that matchup against Fox. Ness, maybe you don't have as much experience, but for most players who try to play at the top level competition, Fox should be a simple, not a simple really matchup, but a matchup that you have at least some kind of counter against. And it didn't seem like anyone had any counters against Monty this entire tournament.
It just seemed like Monty came in with a vast knowledge of how to play both Ness and Fox, and for both sides just put in an absolute clinic. It was entertaining to watch, and realistically, just congratulations to Monty for doing what he was able to do here throughout this tournament, not even being the one to have your name on the bracket in that whole sense. Monty came out and surprised us all as soon as we got to the stream. This Ness was so entertaining to witness, and to walk away with the prize of first place. That is going to be a huge day, I'm sure, for Monty. Yasuke is not going to walk away empty-handed, everybody.
True.
It is going to be a second place and a third place prize as well, and we can take a look at exactly what they won. First place for Monty, a HANSCOM AFG custom jersey, an AFG SFG coin, patch, and sticker, and potential preference for future PTDY events for Air Force Gaming. Second place, Yasuke, an AFG SFG coin, patch, and sticker. And for third place, just the patch and sticker vaudable. So I'm sure for that third place matchup, I'm not sure how they're doing it for the third place match, if they are playing towards it. But that, if I'm not mistaken, would have been Shoko versus Mad Chat having to kind of walk away to decide who gets that third place, if they were doing that third place prize vaudable. But for first and second place, I mean, for Monty, I can't think of anybody else who deserves that first place spot.
Yeah, really earned it throughout the competition that they put in today. Third and fourth stay tied and split the prizing, so they'll decide who gets the patch and who gets the sticker there specifically. But regardless, crazy to see that the matches that we had today led to this amazing performance. And again, shout out to all the attendees for HANSCOM throughout this weekend. We had over 1,000 people throughout yesterday and today, so it's crazy to see everyone coming together for these events and for just celebrating AFG and everything else that's been going on as well. So it's amazing performances that there were in the matches we had yesterday, but also today with just the Smash Bros. Ultimate talent that came out from all ages as well.
Yeah, no, we got to have Andrew Lane on stream yesterday, interview him on, all the know-how for HANSCOMICCON and, exactly what it is, all the events going on. It seems like a very fun time, and we want to thank you all for tuning in and coming to witness this fantastic run of the bracket here in Smash Ultimate Vaudable. It has been an absolute pleasure, running through the bracket alongside you on the commentary desk. So that's going to be all said and done for Vaudable and I, folks, at HANSCOMICCON. The day is young, so enjoy the rest of the event and have a great day. Here we go, both just trying to hit something, and finally Christian's going to land it, the smash attack on the edge, back up, recovers.
I'm liking the percentage that they're able to get against their opponent, but unfortunately it will be Yasuke doing as best as they can to really take a 3-star potentially, but as like
boy coming out. The IVC of the Squirtle just did not cut it so far, but Yasuke
eventually able to get the counter against them, and that will work a decent amount of time. But again,
fantastic from Mad Chat, just constantly holding on to this third stock.
Now you know,
there was a player for the Smash team at my college who was an Isabel main. And this Isabel main was one of the keys here. MDS has to be careful not to get thrown off the edge. You're looking for Captain Falco to be taken down with him. RKO out of nowhere. Taking that first stock, now looking to at least rack up the percentage before losing theirs. However, Joko, just barely gets back into it. And the parry, but no, get off my stage, says Joko. Spin move there for Rob. Corrin's going to be back for the top. That's it. Well, it was off of a little bit of a mistiming, but it's going to be a home.
That's why not as popular as those other Fire Emblem characters and Final Fantasy characters you see as well, and these charge ups too.
For the younger generation here at HANSCOMICCON, and In game number 1, Matt Chad, can you turn it around?
A bit more confident. They have that speed to work with, and Zerosuit Samus is just a better version of Samus in this
There we
game.
go.
But there's the Kirby, but also they're just trying to get above the Greninja, use their signature move that it seems to be that down B. And I was about to say, if they don't get hit too much, they'll be doing pretty decently.
And there it is. Game, set.
They like push the advantage there once they get the respawn and those invincibility frames because they knew they couldn't do anything. But
Side B does land there. Well, respect's going to be shown now in the full charge. That's
Nice.
game. This is where Yasuke can look to take game number 2.
got the KO meter, but there is going to be the projectiles we were talking about, and they will take game number 2.
PK Fire's going to give him space. Lightning gets him back on, but again, Yasuke continuing to drop things out as long as they can. A day 1 noob thing to say when it comes down to video games. And I'm sure anybody who maybe caught that from you and I probably balding close towards the top of the stage, but DI's going to get Lord Heincrat back into it.
Okay.
We are dodging this Kirby as best as you can if you're Matt Chad, but looks like Hudson, high beam not going to be used. The bar is full, so you got to be careful to be knocked off right now because it is
Change things up in the next game with the way the pace has been set by Yasuke with this cloud and how confident they are, sending them down where
you see the DI is going to keep it alive, but the turnaround, you got to be careful there. That is just amazing from Game King.
And Yasuke really needs to be patient on these challenges, stick with the platforms, but no, they use the reflection on the charge shot.
Not having to allow this Ganondorf to take too many heavy shots, but you don't see really anything from this Pikachu going their way. The playing their cards right, very patient getting back onto the stage.
Liking the patience here, taking their time, but oh no, the shield break, and that's going to be it for game number 1 for Shoko.
It looks like Vandal wants to. Yeah, it looks like Vandal just wants to zone out this Captain Falcon and bait them off stage too far.
Crazy maneuvers being sent by both these players, but there we go. Zoning option, and now they're realizing maybe I need to pull it out a bit more often.
This one, but beating Micro like a bug. PK Thunder back in towards the air. Chance for Ness to end it here. And it looks like Micro with the miss on the recovery. It's honestly fantastic against the Little Mac originally, but now versus the Ike, who we saw Ike fall short just a couple series ago to the game.
The damage that you can get from Zerosuit Samus is going to be the difference maker here. If they can get them off the ceiling of the stage, it's been difficulty for them.
Zerosuit Samus racking up the percentage, still holding on to the second stock as long as they can. There's nothing that Matt Chad can do right now. But finally, the break of the combo. No, doesn't want to go back to Ash just yet. Wants to be a champion, wants to be the very best finisher. It's an easy recover, the float back in from the Palutena. And there's the up smash from Yasuke. Monty gets that first stock done. Even after the success from Shoko, you can see that Monty is just able to live through the rest. Anything but Ness. And for Shoko, similar to that stance, usually going for the Captain Pack is going to be first stock gone for Monty.
First stock, but that might not last for too long as Monty doing their best to just take. They could both fall to their doom.
Shoko's going to be back up. Monty in trouble. Able to get back and the charge in. Shoulders it, but Shoko.
Now we'll see what Monty can do to try and take them to task and even things up. Stock a piece. Looking for the stomp, and there it will come out. Liking the chase from Shoko as well. Not too much Monty's really been able to do.
Really sizing up this Ganondorf. But Monty with the turnaround here in the last stock. And that's going to be it for Monty.
Too much they have to worry about. The PK Thunder even still connecting with this Yasuke player, and whenever they're trying to go for anything and they have to recover off the stage, it's still been a struggle for them. So great looks for these players. Can't recover that time, unfortunately. And
more upsetting Monty is just kind of reading the Fox and how fast this Fox really can be in the moment, as well as stopping the chances for recovery.
Exactly what they're doing there. They are able to even up the stocks, but they got to be careful to play keep away with the Fox, and it's not going to happen long at all. Instead, they're getting sent onto the screen, and it will.
Second one does knock Monty off the edge, but look at the recovery from Ness. So forward, so direct. And Yasuke just cannot catch a break.
They are being sent away, trying to use the PK Thunder. Hard to know exactly where it is. They are on the stage here That was perfect time for them for...
Up. Monty looking for another one, not able to hit the second thunder, and
Oh, no, this might be
is
it.
troublesome. They grab the finish. Monty, your chip